something that they swore they weren't going to do.
Right.
Scott, how frustrated, it didn't sound like it based on your tweets, but I was sort of curious, how frustrated was Bill with Netflix management in terms of, when they disclosed, how they disclosed, and the direction that they'd given prior?
I think it was more surprise than frustration, Andrew. Really, I didn't get a sense from talking to him that he was, angry with Netflix management. I'm sure he's frustrated. I mean, who likes to lose, a few $100 million? Nobody, obviously. But I think he, made it clear that he still has a great amount of respect for Reed and the management team there. And they have a track record of figuring it out, right? So it's not like this is the first time the stock has declined. It might not even be the worst decline in the company's history. I don't have that in front of me. But in prior instances where the stock has declined, they've always figured it out. And they might figure it out this time. It's just Ackman made it clear he's not going to wait around to see when that time is going to be. He just doesn't want to take the risk of doing that. And that's not really the kind of portfolio anymore that he runs or one he wants to run in the future. So I think it was just more shock, surprise than outward frustration. But I'm sure there was that.
Well, you're a Nationals fan, and you know what wins a batting title, Scott? What, 340 usually wins it, right? So, if you ever did 50, if you ever hit 500, and Ackman swings for the fences, so he's still got a pretty good batting average, I'm sure. But thanks,
I mean, he used to. We'll see. We'll see what the new Ackman does.
Right. Now, maybe trying for singles now, or just to avoid the double play. Thanks, Scott.
He doesn't need to be Juan Soto anymore.
That's right. Let's get down to the New York Stock Exchange. So, Jim, just a question. When Reed Hastings finally admits maybe an ad-supported might work, does that make you, do you go, oh my God, that's horrible, we would have never admitted that before? Or do you say, look, he's looking at reality, and that's a positive maybe for Netflix from here on out? Or is it a negative because the old model suddenly is called into question?
Well, if he uses it tactically smart, where he's got some people captive and he can run ads, I could see an incremental $100 million in operating income. The problem is, obviously, this is a sign-up stock. No one really cares about actually earnings per share because they're pretty good. So, I think that arrogance went before a fall here. Their insistence that it didn't matter whether your cousin took your username somewhere or that they didn't need ads, completely been out of sync with what happened in terms of the pandemic. So I think they got to regroup and think about what to do as a existential crisis for a company and somehow switch the dynamics so it's not just about sign up. Because on an earnings per share basis, it's not bad. But right now, you had people who were buying it for sign up, and that turned out to be a real bad metric for them.
But we only got 45 seconds, Jim. What do you think of AT&T? That was kind of, it's hard to figure out, but that might be setting up for a company that is in a good place.
Well, I've been very critical about them until after the split, and I've been okay about them. But they did better. Did wireless. Did the wireless 691,000 versus 437. That's pretty good. And the actual earnings were up. So look, the stock does deserve to be higher. That's right.
Excellent, Jim. We will.
Thank you.
We'll see you in actually about 2.5 minutes. But that's it for us today. We got about 10 seconds to go. Squawk Box today.
That
it? Squawk on the street. What's that? That's it.
That's it. Oh, joy.
That's it.
Parting is
oh, joy.
Oh, joy.
Are you happy now about tomorrow?
I'm not here tomorrow.
You will be missed.
guys? What's up and what's going on? And happy Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. It is Thursday, April 21st, 2022. And boy, oh boy, am I excited to be here, excited to work with you guys, and excited to lock in some big time potential profits today. So hit me with a big old good morning. How are we doing today? Are you guys fired up? Are you guys motivated? Are you guys ready to rock? Are you guys ready to roll? Because I tell you what, I'm ready to rock and roll. I'm ready to make it happen. I'm ready. I'm ready. Let's do it. I'm ready to go. I'm going to do some jumping jacks with you guys. We're going to do some squats. Ugh. And now we're going to try and make some money, baby. So hit me with that big old good morning. What's up, Adam? What's up, Steve, Hunter? What's up, Angel, AJ, J. Das, Kevin, Mr. Chris, Steve, Spaz, Winston, Emmy, Trader King. Woo! What's up and what's going on? Good morning, traders. The camera works today too. Yes, I disassembled my desk because I set the new one up. It came in late last night, so I took some time and I put it together after my beautiful 5-hour nap. And yeah, so when I put everything back together, I was able to get my webcam working. So we're good to go, baby. We're good to go. Yes, I know. I need to remove the live stream thing. That should be gone. All right, we're good. And what's up, YouTubers? What's up over on YouTube? Hit me with a big old good morning. Mr. Joey, Mr. Ed Nevis. He is the man. He is the myth. He is the legend. Steve, what's up, Luxury Trims? John Holmes, David, John Delani, what's up, John, David, Jose, Danny, Stock Talk Trades, Chili, what's up, guys? Good morning. Hit me with it. I am ready. Yeah, I got the new desk. Audio and video are slightly out of sync. Is it? I don't know why that would be. Audio and video are slightly out of sync. Hello. Oh, wow, it is. It really is. Yeah, that's weird. That is so weird. Audio and video are like really out of sync. That's odd. All right. Well, I guess you don't need my face, right? You don't need to see my pretty face. You don't need to see that, right? You don't need it. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I can see your mouth, but yeah, I don't know. Again, I'm good on stream on my end, guys. I'm good on live stream right now. But yeah, you're right. The audio and the video are slightly out of whack. That's kind of weird. But I'll shut my webcam down. You guys are gonna see my P&L anyway. You don't need to see my beautiful face, right? Maybe one last time. I'll hit you with it. Hey! Oh no, damn it! I thought that was gonna work. I was gonna blow my face up at you. But all right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and drop the webcam real quick, just so it doesn't mess with you. I know it would mess with me and my OCD. And we're all set, ready to rock and roll. But yeah, I got the new desk and I hate it. That's all I'm gonna say before we start diving into our day. Don't buy it. It's not worth the $2,000 at all. I'm returning the desk. Yes, I put it together. I set it up. Why pay $2,200 for this? It doesn't make any sense. It's not worth $2,200. It's just a freaking desk that I can piece together on my own for like $600 on Amazon. So that's what I'm gonna do. So I'll have some more information for you. We're all set, but yeah, it's don't think about buying a desk from Uplift. It's not worth it. Hey, I love you. I'll see you later. Okay, give me big hugs. All right, I'll see you. Okay, have a good day. All right, see you later, sweetie. I love you. Okay. All right, guys. So let's not waste any time. We're about 4 minutes in. We have about 26 more minutes to go. And let's make it happen. Feeling better? I feel well rested. Absolutely. Oh, her. Yeah. Who cares about Josh? Her. Yeah. So she's good. She did that steroid breathing treatment. And they said it should last a few days. If it flares back up, bring her back in. But usually it's a 2 to 3 day. They say it lasts. So she's been fine. She's coughing a lot, but she's much better with the breathing. So, all right, let's go ahead and dive into it, guys. What brand to desk? Uplift desk. $2,000 for an L-shaped uplift desk. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. You can buy the frame and tabletops separately on Amazon for like $600, and you get a big L-shaped desk, bigger than this. It goes up, it goes down, for 2/3 of the price. So if you guys are ever looking for a adjustable desk that goes up and down automatically, L-shaped as well, don't buy an uplift desk. It's not worth the $2,000. Honestly, it's just kind of just basic. There's nothing really exciting about it as to why you'd want to pay $2,000. It's just not exciting at all. I was excited with all the adapters and all this and this and that, and all of it's just really cheap generic that you can buy on your own and pre-drill your holes and you're good to go. So I wouldn't recommend it. All right, but let's go ahead and dive into it. What do we got going on today, team? CYN, number 1 on the leaderboard, up 60%. At this point in time, trading 11 million shares. On average, the stock trades 229. Nice low float stock coming in at 7 million. Now, what's going in with CYN? Well, the shares are trading higher after the company announced the official launch of Drive Mod Kit, a turnkey autonomous vehicle solution. So, we have some news here on CYN. CYN was a nice big little ripper and runner here in pre-market. Went from around 108 to 211, and that is resistance right at 197. Now, why is 197 resistance here on CYN? Right, we'll take a look at that daily chart, guys. Look at all that resistance right around 197. Why did we come up and get rejected off 197? It's daily resistance. Okay, so I'm really looking for that break and hold over $2 today, guys. Okay, if we can break and hold that daily level of resistance and this pre-market resistance as well, look at the daily chart. Where could we see it go next? Right, this lower shadow of 230. After that, those upper shadows of 268. And what do we see here on CYN? What was our lesson yesterday? Gap fills. What do we have here on the daily chart? A gap. So if this stock ever breaks 268, this thing can make a move up to 294. You can take it long for a gap fill. Obviously, we want to be in down here at 230, not up here at high a day at 268. But if we ever break at some point and set up for a gap fill, we do have a daily gap that could be filled today. You guys are looking to short CYN, and we do end up getting close to that 294 level and fill the gap. You could look to short this for a gap fill rejection for an all-day fader. Why would I even think this stock could be an all-day fader? Go look at some of our top gaining stocks over the last couple of days. All right, what are some top gaining stocks we had over the past couple of days? Okay, what did those stocks do? What happened? Right, they had some nice out-of-the-gate action. Right, let's go look at CRXT. Right, really nice out-of-the-gate action. It faded all freaking day. What was another top gaining stock yesterday? LLAP. Right, look at this stock. Nice out-of-the-gate action. All day fader. Right, what was it? ALVR? Was that the other one? ALVR? Yeah, nice action out of the gate. All day fader. So here's what you guys need to do. Get ready to lock in some profits out of the gate. If you see a setup, you could probably be really confident to take the setup, right? Because, you know, out of the gate, we've had some great action the last couple of days. But what have we been seeing with all these top gaining stocks? Nice action, fading, and falling, giving absolutely everything back. LLAP, nice out of the gate action, hitting these highs, all day fader. CRXT, hitting every freaking target yesterday, all day fader. So, out of the gate, don't short the stock, look for it to go long, look for some nice action, and then when it starts dumping, then look to short the stock. All right, so with CYN, I'm not looking to short this stock until probably, 11 o'clock, 11:30, if this is a stock that rips up to that 268, 294. And if we ever do end up ripping up and filling that gap and we see it selling off, I will look to short this for an all-day fader. Now, if we do not fade all day, if we do not dump on off, and this stock, is just that stock that rips over that 294 and $3 level, we could see it up towards around 360 on CYN. So right now at this point in time, this is our number one stock to be watching right out of the gates. And I'm playing market conditions. What are market conditions? Out of the gate, they start ripping and taking on off. So if we start to see some great action on CYN out of the gate, I will absolutely be looking to jump on in, see if we can catch that big time move all the way up to that 230, 268, and 294. They're on CYN. Number one stock to be watching out of the gate, guys. Number two, I'd say RDBX. RDBX doesn't have the best press release, but when I look at this stock, I like the formation. I like the downtrend. I like how we're coming into 266 support on RDBX. And if we ever bounce off support and break the downtrend, we could see some volume return. Okay, we have some potential up towards around 3. We could see it up around 318 to 320, and then possibly that spiking high pre-market of 349. And I'm really liking this over 360. So if RDBX, red box, has a good day, and we ever break over that spiking high from the 23rd of March at 360, look at that daily chart. where could we see this stock go? I mean, shit, all the way up to $5. So RDBX, I want to see if at some point we can hold that 260 level of support. It's actually 266. Break the downtrend, start ripping back up to 3, right? 318, breaking that 360, and this thing could absolutely take on off the $5. So I definitely want to keep RDBX on high watch as well. Now, what's going on with RDBX today? Well, I think it was yesterday that Riley Lowers, no, it wasn't that one. RDBX, oh, here it was, 420. We have an adjustment on their price target to $3, right? To $3 from 16. So they substantially lowered their price target from $16 to $3, but they also keep their buy rating. And this stock got some action on that. So not saying, you know, this has really good news, it's going to rip and run, but there is a catalyst. There is a reason for the stock to be moving towards that $3 level. And now that it has volume, right, on RDBX, now that it's moving and possibly setting up, we could see this thing provide us with some opportunity today. All right, so there is some news, not the best, right? Really lowering that price target. Typically you see those stocks dump on off. In this case, the stock moved up to that price target level of $3. We are trading 3 million shares. On average, you trade 1 million. It is a low float stock, 8 million in float, currently up 11%. But when I look at this daily chart, I see potential. Especially if the stock ever breaks 360, I see potential to 5. And if I see that a stock has potential to move 50 cents, $1, $1.40 to the upside, fairly easy, right? I definitely want to be focusing on that stock just to see if it does start breaking, if it does start ripping and running. So I would say let's watch RDBX as well, because again, there is news, there is volume, nice low float stock. And if we ever break that 360, I mean, this thing could take on off up towards around $5, okay? Next, we got CGRN, all right? So what's going on with CGRN? Shares are trading higher after the company announced a rental contract for a 600 kilowatt micro turbine based system with one of the largest infrastructure companies in North America. So they announced a rental contract with one of the largest energy infrastructure companies in North America. Those are some big keywords, and that's a pretty good press release on CGRN. However, when we look at CGRN, it's just not doing a whole lot, right? It opened on up, ripped to 445. Right now, not doing too much, but there is some potential. It's a low float stock, guys. 14 million in float. It is trading really good volume. I mean, on average, this stock trades like 60,000 shares today. 700,000, currently up 20%. All right, so we should absolutely be watching CGRN if we can break that 200-day moving average. Right, so if we can break and hold some of that daily resistance right around 438, as well as that 200 SMA, this thing could start taking on off a little bit. Right, we could see this thing up towards around the 475 level, maybe $5. Who knows? Maybe the stock gets some great action, makes its move up to 523. Then we could see 556, and then maybe filling that gap up towards around 595. So there is some potential here, but first things first, we need to start breaking that 200-day moving average and holding above the 200-day moving average as our new level of support. And if we see that take place, and we have volume, and it's setting up, and there's opportunity, then absolutely, we could see some action today with CGRN. But again, right now at this point in time, it's not doing too much here in pre-market, and I think we have better opportunity right out of the gate at 9:30, right? Definitely liking CYN out of the gate. I kind of like RDBX out of the gate, right? But CGRN, not the best looking stock out of the gate. The only thing that we have right now that looks decent, that looks appealing, is this possible 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formation, right? So if we continue to consolidate between the 9 EMA as support and VWAP as resistance, and the stock gets tighter and tighter and tighter, and we ever see that volume break the VWAP, we have a potential 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formation, and that could push the stock back up to that high a day and that daily 200-day moving average right around that 438 to 450 level, all right? So CGRN, we are going to watch that stock today, right? I slurred my words there if you guys didn't tell. We are going to watch the stock today, all right? We are watching CGRN today. BRQS this morning. I'm trying to find news. I can't find news, but there's an article Reddit's top 5 short squeeze mentions: ATER, AMC, GameStop, BRQS, BBIG. So BRQS is in that article for being one of the top 5 Reddit short squeeze stocks. All right, so BRQS, not really credible news, right? But when traders see, oh, short squeeze, I want to buy it, short squeeze, the next AMC, we can't see these stocks move, especially based on those articles. All right, so with that being said, we do have some support right there around that 36-cent level. We see we lost it there momentarily. We're trying to regain it. We are trying to hold above. And what you can do is put a nice little downtrend on the stock as well. And that 35, 36-cent level actually lines up with some solid support and resistance on the daily chart. I mean, look at that 36-cent level. Tons of support, tons of resistance. So if this is a higher low, you may have a trade before the market opens, guys, on BRQS. If this is a higher low redemption, right? What I mean redemption, we crack below a very key level of support. We crack below. It's redeeming itself, right? It's redeeming itself, trying to get back above support and actually hold it as support. So if this is a higher low redemption above that 35, 36 cent level of support, and we see volume breaking this downtrend, you could absolutely take it long to 40 and then 41. So if you're making entries at, say, 37 cents, you're going to put stops at 35, right? That's 2 pennies. Can you make 4 cents to the upside? Absolutely. You have room to 41 cents. So right at first glance, this is a decent trade. Higher low break of the downtrend. You could get 4 pennies to the upside, maybe more, right? Maybe it gets up to that 50-cent level, which is the 200-day moving average. But your first target at least puts you in a 2-to-1 risk-reward trade, right? Risking that 2 cents to possibly make that 4 cents on BRQS. Again, one of the top 5 stocks mentioned in Reddit for being a short squeeze. BRQS, what is the float on BRQS? 126 million in float, but it's a cheap stock, right? So I know the float's large, but with that being said, you know, it's a cheap enough stock that we could still see it move. It is trading really good volume as well. 28 million shares today, on average 17 million. So we have the volume. The float's not of a huge concern. It's setting up decent from a technical perspective, and we could see it move based on that article listing it as one of the top 5 Reddit mentions for short squeeze stocks. BRQS, another stock to watch today. Then last but not least, we got GFAI, guys. What's going on here this morning with GFAI? They're rolling out its robotic services in the US. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've seen that press release, right? How many times have we seen that same press release on GFAI? It's rolling out its robotic services here and there and everywhere. The stock really doesn't ever do anything, right? It pops a little bit in pre-market, but it doesn't really move. It's never really a good day trade with GFAI. It always has that press release, and it's nothing that excites me, and that's probably the mindset of other traders is like, dude, how many times are they going to drop this press release? How many times are traders going to try and get the stock going, and it fails? So with that being said, I'm not crazy about it for those reasons, all right? And plus, what are we starting to see here? Maybe a head and shoulders formation, right? Maybe a really choppy, really ugly head and shoulders formation. I don't know. It could be. We'll keep it on watch. But if this stock does indeed move today, if this stock doesn't crack, doesn't dump and fall, which if it does crack out of this head and shoulders formation and it does start dumping on off, it does have room back down to 75 cents. But right now, it's trying to hold that 50 SMA. And the 50 SMA is right at 89 cents. And we can see there, it's fighting to stay above 89 cents. So if we can hold above 89 to 90 cents on GFAI and not crack out of the head and shoulders formation, you have room to 1 and then 102, right? 1 to 102 here on GFAI. Then you have the 20 EMA at 106. So I would actually say between $1 and $1.06 is going to be your level of resistance. That's going to be your target if this sets up, if you get in a trade. Now, if we start breaking strong and we're above $1, we're above 106, and this is the stock that's just ripping and running today, right? And this is the #1 stock. We do have room to 130, and then we do have a gap fill there on the daily chart up towards around 158. But like I said, I mean, it seems like every week, every other week, GFAI has a press release. When I read it, rolling out its robotic services. Okay, and the stock really doesn't do too much. So that being said, I think we have better opportunity. Now, it is a stock that has news. It is a stock that could move today here on GFAI. It's a nice low float stock. It's trading 11 million shares. However, on average, it trades 11 million shares. So it's not like we really have the focus. Where's the volume? It's on CYN, right? It's trading 16 million shares. Where's the volume? Maybe MULN? It's trading 13 million shares, right? So again, we can clearly see that it has volume, but it's not trading high relative volume. It's not higher than the average. There's not that much more activity, that much more attention today. And on top of it, GFAI never really moves when we have these press releases. So I'm not all that crazy about it. Just like MULN, I'm not crazy about it, guys. Why am I not crazy about it? Anybody tell me why I'm not crazy about MULN? And maybe why are you guys not so crazy about MULN? Yes, it's moving on up, right? From yesterday of 141 to 170. The stock's up 30 cents right now at this point in time. It's up 19%, right? But what do you guys see about this, right? And here's the press release while you guys think. Shares are trading higher after the company announced solid-state polymer battery testing with the Battery Innovation Center of Indiana. So there's a press release. It's trading 13 million shares. On average, this stock trades what? 128 million shares. So we're not trading anywhere near the average volume, number one. Number two, it's a large float stock. Number three, why am I not a fan of MULN? Whoever gets it right gets a kiss. Yes, I will kiss you. Mwah. Mwah. I'm giving out free kisses today, guys. If you guys want one, answer correctly. Free kisses in the house. Rug pulls, hard to trade. Indiana, Catherine, she wins. Mwah, 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 mwah. Yeah, it's Indiana's involved, right? No, I'm kidding. It's hard to trade, right? How many times have we seen MULN moving? It's setting up, it looks good, right? And it looks like a great setup that fails. It fails. It fails. This stock is hard to freaking day trade. Like, I've been day trading for a very long time. This stock is hard to day trade, right? Maybe it's a good swing trade. Be patient with it. But this stock is freaking choppy intraday, right? It has a great setup. It's confirming the technicals. You got multiple separate reasons to jump on in. And then boom, it dumps, it fades, and then randomly it starts ripping. I don't like it. It's hard to day trade. If it's hard to day trade, why day trade it? Why sit there and beat a dead horse expecting different results? If you don't like a stock and it's on your poop list, MULN's on my poop list, I'm not going to trade it. Why? Because I don't want to sit there and beat a dead horse and expect maybe this 1 out of 10 times it's a winner. No, it's not worth it. The odds are not in my favor. And on top of that, we got better opportunity. CYN, much better opportunity. Maybe even RDBX, much better opportunity, right? We talked about BRQS and even GFAI. But right now, just something about MULN, guys. I'm not a fan of it. If you guys want to watch it today, get prepared. But like I said, I think it's hard to day trade. I've been trading for 6 to 7 years. It's a hard stock to day trade. I think there's better opportunity out there. CYN, definitely. GFAI, possibly. All right, so we definitely have some other stocks to watch for today. CRXT is trying to gap on up here a little bit in pre-market. Currently up 15%. It is trading 11 million shares this morning. On average, it trades 6 million. It's a low float stock, one of yesterday's top gainers. So if all else fails, right, if nothing else is moving today, traders will most likely resort back to a prior day mover such as CRXT. So with that being said, top resistance right now is 257 on CRXT. Over 257, 275. Over 275, you could see this at 322, and then back up towards around 380s here on CRXT. So like I said, if GFAI fails and it doesn't do anything today, and it looks like a little bit of this head and shoulders, we could see it dump on back down to 75. If BRQS doesn't hold that 36-cent support and break the downtrend, and it dumps, right? Maybe we got some CGRN, but CGRN doesn't look the best. Really, the only stock right now that looks super clean is CYN, right? Look at CGRN. It's not super clean. GFAI, it's looking pretty weak around 36. Head and shoulders on GFAI. RDBX is just still falling and fading. But the one stock right now that looks like it could have some great opportunity and potential right out of the gate is going to be CYN. So I think we're all on the same page. CYN is the #1 stock to watch. Other than that, I would say everything else is on the back burner at this point in time because there's nothing else that really stands out. Watch your high today momentum scanner. Watch your breakout scanner. Watch your halt resume scanner. If all else fails and these stocks with news do not do anything, let's go back and watch some of our top gainers from yesterday, from this week, from last week, right? WBEV. This was a top gaining stock yesterday, right? Maybe we can watch that. AXSM, this stock moved a little bit yesterday as well. So we do have some other stocks that could move today if some of these top gaining stocks in pre-market fade and fall and fail to do anything, right? So let's go ahead and do this. What stock do you guys think will do the best today, right? I'm saying CYN, right? And I think it's pretty clear. We got good news, great volume, nice low float stock. It's not dumping on off like everything else in pre-market. It's actually trying to break that level of resistance and get a nice little pop to the upside. This stock looks like it has the best potential. And right now, let's get to know this stock. Let's get used to this stock. How's it moving? Is it consistent? Are there a lot of rug pulls? And this stock as well has so much potential to the upside, possibly filling that gap at 294. And if we ever break the gap fill level, 360. There's potentially $1.60 to the upside here on CYN. And we know the float's low enough, we could see the stock rip and run. So again, market conditions team, let's recap. Quick out of the gate runners. 1, 2, 3 stocks ripping and running for about an hour, hour and a half, hitting these high of days, getting a nasty sell-off, and then fading the rest of the day. So if you want to short a stock today, wait until about 11 o'clock, 10:30, 11 o'clock before you start thinking about shorting. Wait for these stocks to rip to new highs a day, become overextended. Wait for your first confirmation that this is going to start selling on off, and look to play a possible all-day fader like we saw yesterday with all of our top gaining stocks, like we saw Tuesday with a lot of our top gaining stocks. That's how you can play the market. Look to go long out of the gate because the market is seeming to repeat itself. There's a trend here. Out of the gate, big time action, ripping and running, and then boom, all day fader, and then a slow post market. So that's how we're going to play the market today. I would say think about shorting around 10:30, 11 o'clock once some of these stocks have an opportunity to hit those high days before they start rolling on over, possibly for those all-day faders. Everybody in chat, Kevin, CYN, Steve, CYN, Leon, CYN, CYN, CYN. I agree, guys. CYN is the #1 stock that we will be watching out of the gate, all right? We are breaking above this 197. You know what I would like to see in the next 2 minutes? I may be asking for a lot here on CYN, but I would like to see this in the before the market opens. I'd like to see this break over pre-market highs, open up higher. I'd like to see a washout long. I'd like to see this probably over that 211, 212 in the next minute 30. And if that can happen and we can open up, you know, at a high a day in pre-market, we can get that washout long for a nice little dip buy and then see if it continues on up. So if we see this open a little bit higher and it's a washout long, I would be looking for a washout long back down the 197 if we open above 210, 211. Right now, support is 197, guys. Remember, 197 coming from the daily chart. Very strong resistance in pre-market. Now it's turning into support. We could see this open and just push right off this level into the 230s because we are right at very strong support. Now, if we crack this very strong level of support, where could we see it fall down to? 171 here on CYN. Now, the only other thing that you have at this point in time is this slight uptrend on CYN. So go ahead and run yourself an uptrend. Utilize that as support. You also have 197 support at this time. And we do have room right now to 230. But like I said, if this stock opens above 211, right, I would expect to see a washout long back down the 197. And I will take this trade for a washout long at 197 here on CYN. So that's exactly what I'm looking to do out of the gate. If we see this open above that 210, which again, I'm asking for a lot here, right? I'm asking for this to move up 10, 12 cents in the next 10 seconds. Highly doubt it. But if that were to happen, I had a plan in place. But right now, let's watch it open. It is opening right off 197. And as long as we don't drop below 197, we're all set, ready to rock. The market's open. Let's have some fun. Let's get prepared. Let's make it happen, team. And let's lock in some big time profits, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have an awesome day and let's make it happen on this beautiful Money Thursday, team. So again, I'm not going to touch it in the first candle, right? I'm not going to touch it right out of the gate on the first candle. Even though we are holding 197, I want to sit back and wait to see if this is the stock that steals the volume and steals the action. If this stock rips to 230 and it pulls back, I will take it for a break and retest, right? So if we do break on out to 230 and we start to pull back for a retest, I will trade it for a break and retest, as this stock would already be proving itself, making a move from 197 to 230, being a stock with news, low float, great volume, knowing that these stocks like to rip the first hour, hour and a half, and then start dumping on off. So I feel confident getting in on the first pullback on CYN. Why the first pullback and not right now? Well, if I get in now and it dumps, I'm taking a necessary loss. If I wait for the stock to break out and then pull back, what am I allowing the stock to do? Prove itself. Prove that it's going to rip, right? And then see that healthy pullback and then get in for the next leg on up, guys. That's what I'm looking to do here on CYN. So we are all set, ready to rock, guys. We are all set, ready to rock and roll. Right now, high day 220, CYN. So wait for the bad boy to pull back. That's all we need to do, is wait for the bad boy to pull on back for us, and we will be all set, ready to rock, guys. Nice little move from 197 to 222. Let it pull back. Here we got Redbox, RDBX, right? RDBX was the stock that has great potential to 360. Over 360, $5 on RDBX. Yeah, I'm still waiting for CYN to pull back a little bit for us and find some new support. So it could be back down at 197 or that pre-market resistance right around like the 205, 206. But honestly, let's see it back down to the trend line, back down the 197 and the VWAP. Healthy decreasing volume pullback into this 197 level would be a good entry point if it's a healthy decreasing volume pullback into that intersection, into support, into uptrend support, and the VWAP right around 197 would be a great entry. We could literally put stops at 187 and look for this to go back up to that 222. We could risk 10 cents to possibly make 20 cents here on CYN. So if this dips down to that 196, 197 level, I would like to try and catch this for a quick little trade for the rebound, right? For this nice little decreasing volume pullback, and then maybe for that next leg up. We're trading with the trend. The trend is up. I may be asking for a lot to have it come back down to 197. We've been seeing a lot of momentum trades lately. Well, the stock will break the 9 EMA, pull back to the 9 EMA, and then immediately rip. So I would really like it at 197, but at the same time, how many times this week have we seen a stock break, pull back to the 9 EMA, and then follow through? It never comes down to support. It likes to hold that 9 EMA. There has been a lot of momentum setups in the market, and this could be it because it's starting to pop here a little bit right off that 9 EMA. It looks like traders want it. I'd still like to get 197 though, Tabe. I mean, that's my plan. I'd love to see this down at 197. I think we get it. 197 dip buy, and then see if it turns into a follow through. All right, so I'm looking at like a 197-ish dip buy, and then see if we get a nice little follow through here on CYN. Wow, that was a really bad fill. That was a really bad fill there on CYN. I'm in at 196. I'm going to risk under 190. I want to see it bounce here off the trend line, off the VWAP, off 197, and see if it follows through back above 2. If not, my stops are really tight, but this could be the bounce. Strong rebound with a nice follow through back up to high a day. If it doesn't bounce and doesn't start following through here, I will cut this trade and keep the stop very, very tight. Very, very tight. I got in right at 196. I actually averaged in. First fill was at 199, and then I filled again at 193. So I got a nice cost basis of 196. I don't think it's going to bounce. It would have already bounced a little bit more on that last candle. So stops are really tight, guys, like a few cents at most. If it doesn't start bouncing here on this candle, back up to 2 and over 2, I am going to cut this and walk away. It needs to start bouncing here. It needs to show me that buyers are here off the trend line. Buyers are here off 197. Buyers are here off the VWAP. I need to see buyers here. And right now, I'm not seeing that because I don't see the volume. There's 201. I'm not seeing that volume though, and I'm not really seeing that amazing price action that really makes me convinced this is going to follow through here. So I'm going to stop out at like 195. Literally, I'm going to risk a penny, maybe 2 pennies at most. I'm playing it really tight. If it does bounce, I'm in. Right to the penny, right at support. If it doesn't bounce, I don't want to be holding this stock for a dump. And right now, we can see it's just not getting that action. I'll give it a few more seconds here. Stops are going to be right below that 195 level. So call it 193, 194. I'm literally risking like 3 cents at most. Decent little pullback, not the best rebound though. It's not bouncing, it's not rebounding, and we're not seeing that follow through, and that's not really what I wanted to see on this particular trade, but I'm still going to hold it just a little bit longer, see if we do indeed get that bounce here on this candle, see if we can get some volume to move in. And you guys know my stops are right below the trend line, keeping it nice and tight. Let's see if we get the rebound. Let's see if we get a follow through. If you guys are up, you always can take profits if you want. You always trim some profits. I mean, I have like 175 on the table, but I do think we could see a better bounce, and that's why I'm still holding. There's 202. We need a little bit more volume to make me feel confident here. A little bit more volume to start moving on in. We just don't really have the volume. Let's see if we can start picking on up here. There's 203. I'm going to take half there because it's struggling. I'm going to take half. I'm not liking the price action. I'm not liking what it's... I'm going to go ahead and get out here, guys. I'm not digging it. So when I look for a break and a retest or a pullback into support, what do I want to see? Decreasing volume, which we had. And the second it hits that level of support, a bounce with volume. So we come down, we barely bounce. The next candle, we don't do anything. The third candle, we bounce on light volume. That to me, I'm just a little worried that that thing could dump on down below support. It wasn't getting that juice. It wasn't getting that bounce, and it wasn't following through immediately the way I thought. So I went ahead and got out quick. I put a lot of emphasis into price action. I really focus on price action. I really look at the level 2, and I'm not really seeing the strength from buyers. Right? If you guys are still in, congrats. Congrats. I always leave freaking money on the table, but you're welcome. Right? Getting in now that I'm out, congrats, guys. If you got in with me, you guys are good. But at that point in time, I wasn't really liking the price action. And so since I'm not really crazy about it, why stay in the trade, right? Why take something that I could walk away with a little bit of profit and turn it into a loss? So if you guys are in, right, and you guys are still holding, good job. Dougie says, thank you. I'm already holding. Thanks for getting out. Absolutely. So it's okay. Again, at that point in time, I wasn't digging it. That would have been a really nice trade there if I had held a little bit longer, but I was just a little worried because we didn't have that volume move in. And you guys know how I trade, right? I know how setups play out. I know what this should have done. In a perfect world, I know what the setup should do. We didn't really see it do what I thought. And so I started to lose a little bit of confidence. And when I start losing a little bit of confidence, I just take the profits when I have them. What's this, GFAI? Yeah, not crazy about it. BRQS. Honestly, BRQS above 36 isn't terrible. If we can get a break of this downtrend. I mean, it's very, very choppy. It's very, very ugly. But over 36 cents, guys, you have room to 41 cents there on BRQS. One tall, cool one. No, I know you're messing with me. He's like, all right, you're out. I'm getting in. Dude, that's how it works inside a chat. We're all in. And then I get out and you're like, I'm going to hold a little bit longer. Tony made a quick little 80 bucks on CYN. Good job. Good job. Those of you that didn't, you know, talk yourself out of a trade and you guys still held it with your initial plan, good job, right? You're not really getting that big time rebound that I thought. You're not really seeing that big time rebound that I thought you were going to see on CYN. And if I were you, I would put stops at like 192, right? Because if this is going to be a lower high, if this is a lower high and you start cracking the trend line, this thing can dump to 171. So play it safe. Play it safe, right? We know how trend lines work. After the third point, they become risky. And when we start seeing the trend line touched with a lower high, that's typically when we see them crack and break and the stock falls. So what do we have? 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, and 0.5 is occurring on a lower high. So be mindful that if you start to see the price dropping below the trend line, it could start dumping on off. So just be mindful of this trend line that we have right now on CYN. Nothing on the halt resume scanner yet, so no stocks are ripping and running. Quick trade on CYN, but right now I'm a little iffy. If it doesn't hold this trend line, watch for it to pull back to 170. If you hold the trend line, it could be a intraday double bottom reversal, but you still have to be mindful of the overall picture. And the overall picture is 0.5 of the trend line on a lower high. Those typically lead to little cracks. But if we don't crack here and we start breaking this downtrend, I will go long again on CYN. So if we do hold the VWAP, we do hold the trend line, and we start pushing for a break here, I will look to go long for the break of this downtrend. Back up to high a day, guys, on CYN. That was a nice redemption candle. That was a beautiful redemption candle. I missed that trade. I missed it, but I started to see that volume move in. It was redeeming itself. It was confirming. Right now, guys, you do look good back to high a day. You do look good back up to high a day. Never crack the trend line. Never drop below 197. Nice rebound. Nice little double bottom. Nice little push on CYN. You guys are still good to that 220, 222 level. And then your next target would be $2.30 here on CYN. And if you're going to put yourself in a position to have a runner today on the table, right? Your runner, you could take it up to about 268 and then 294 on your runner. Winston, ow! 206 CYN. Joe, $400 on BRQS. AZ J-Dub, 122, baby. What do we got over here? 140 from Stir. Winston, $60. Josh over here, 147 in the first 10 minutes. Let's go. We got Tony over on YouTube locking in a quick $80 on CYN. And now it's going. It's still moving. My entry was the best entry. That was the lowest entry. We were buying this at 197 and 193. Nailing that entry to the penny. But your boy Josh is always taking profits way too quick. Because when I see profits, I like profits. I like getting paid. But if you guys are still holding, good job and good work. Good job and good work. I'm excited. So good stuff there, guys. CYN, definitely the right stock to be watching out of the gate. Good stuff, team. Good stuff. Proud of you. I want to keep seeing those profits pour into profits chat too, guys. I want to keep seeing your name in profits chat all day, every day. So anybody else on YouTube locking in some profits here on CYN? Did anybody else on YouTube get a quick win with us on CYN? You guys know my job and my goal in the mornings is I want to find a really good trade, a really good setup, call it out, trade it with you, have you guys able to make some money in the first 15 minutes. We're 15 minutes in for Free Stream Thursday, not free stream, but right, until 9:45, and we got a nice trade. We actually had 2 trades on CYN. If you missed the first one, you had your second one higher low off the trend line for the follow through, and you just hit your second target there on CYN of 230. There we go. We got 240 from Jim. Nice. Ken with $100. That's what I'm talking about. John from 171. I like it. I like it to 236. Luxury trims locking in 126. That's what I'm talking about. EJ locking in $800 on CYN. Profits chat today. We got Steve inside the chat locking in $72. We got little Spaz up in chat locking in 110. Congratulations, Winston. 206. AZJ Dub 122. Joe with a $400 profit. Stir locking in 140. Ooh, Winston with a $60 profit. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how we do it. Inside a chat all day, every day. We see a good setup, we take it. If we get stopped out, we bite the bullet, we move on. If it's profitable, we lock in those profits. Good job, traders inside the chat. Way to make it happen. Way to lock in some quick cheddar on this beautiful Thursday. Yes, some quick cheddar cheese. Nice. Made my money for the day. I'm out. Have a good day. Chef, absolutely awesome. In at 180. Mr. Fish, Mohammed, $10,000. Steve's in at 193. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. We got traders in chat locking in profits. We got some viewers on YouTube locking in some profits as well. Leon locking in 119 there on CYN. Asif 213. Woo, man, oh man. And take Spaz's advice. Great trading. Good job locking in your profits. Good job waiting for the setup. Good job making it happen. Don't overstay your welcome. Don't be greedy, right? Lock in the profits when you have them. At some point today, I am going to short CYN. At some point today, I'm going to short the fuck out of the stock, okay? Because I know how the market's been moving. The stock will freaking rip for another hour probably, and then it'll hit a high a day, get nasty, start selling on off. I wouldn't be surprised if the stock gets to 268, 294, and 360. So what I may do, guys, I'll continue to scalp CYN on my main account. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a smaller position, longer term hold on CYN. Okay? Yesterday, I freaking nailed the trade on one of our top stocks. What stock was it? It was CRXT, right? CRXT. We absolutely nailed this, right? Into our targets. And then the thing exploded and I left thousands on the table. So I will continue to scalp CYN on my main account. But what I'm planning on doing is waiting for a next pullback, taking a small size, giving it some good breathing room, okay? Giving it some great breathing room and seeing if the stock rips all the way up into our top target. Maybe at 360. Shoot, even at, $3 is pretty good. And let's see if we can lock in some profits. Let's see if this thing can start exploding before it starts fading on off. And just so you know, I did get your message yesterday. I think it was Kevin. Did you text me last night or yesterday at 11? If that was you, I did get your text. I do apologize I didn't get back to you. My business phone stays in the office, so when I'm out of the office, I never see messages come through. But I just want to let you know I did see it come in. And I can call it. It wasn't you. Oh, it wasn't me. Oh, I thought that was you. Oh, that was J-Dub. My bad. J-Dub. JW-Dub. I got your message, J-Dub. I just wanted to apologize. I didn't get back to you. I saw it this morning when I came back in the office. It was J-Dub. Yes, I'll call you back this afternoon after my one-on-ones. Unless you want me to hit this on the head inside a chat, because I think this would be beneficial to other traders. So your text, I have a solution. And I think that solution for you could also be a solution to other traders inside a chat. So it's up to you. You want to keep it private? I'll call you. You want to talk about it here? We talk about it here. You never texted me back? Hey, listen, guys, I'm a busy man. I'm a busy man. You should be happy that I gave you a phone number to call me on and text me on. You should be grateful. You should be thankful. No, I'm joking, guys. I do apologize. The business phone stays in the office. So on the weekends, I don't have my business phone on me. When I'm out of the office, I don't have it on me. It's only when I'm in the office do I see those messages. Hit it, bro. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it. If you're cool with me sharing your message, I'll share it, I'll hit on it, and we'll drop some value bombs. And, whoa! Check this out, guys. Check this out. MM over on YouTube just made their first profit ever in the stock market. Yo! Isn't that some awesome stuff? First profit ever in the stock market here on the free stream. That's what I'm talking about, guys. That's what I'm talking about. Man, I'm feeling grateful today. I'm feeling generous. I feel like I want to leave the stream open. But at the same time, we already did Free Stream Tuesday, guys. And I got to respect my team. I got to respect everybody that's inside of chat as my undivided attention goes to them. But I'm telling you what, man, I'm feeling generous. I'm feeling grateful. We got some big profits being made in the market. And I love seeing people lock in profits. It's such a good feeling. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, we got more profits in profits chat too. Rod, what do we got from Rod? Woo-wee. We got some profits from Mr. Rod. Good job, man. Way to make it happen. Come in and lock in those profits. I heard you guys talking about WB. What was it? WBEV. WBEV. Halted to the upside. This stock was one of yesterday's top gainers. Closed up 65% on the day yesterday with WBEV. Likely seeing low float momentum. All right, there was no news. But it's a low float stock. 6 million. Got some random volume yesterday. Starting to see some random volume again and some action today. So right now, where could we see this go? I mean, I'm seeing somewhere around $6 next. And then I see up towards around 672. Take a vote to leave the stream open. All right, J-Dub saying take a vote to leave the stream open today for traders inside the chat over on YouTube. All right, so should we leave the stream open on YouTube? Question mark. Yes, no. And it's all anonymous, right? We do not know who's voting. So if you're like, screw it, no, you work with me. I have a membership. I pay you. You give me your time, Josh. Okay, that's what I'm here for. I give you my time, right? If you're like, no, if they want to keep making money, they can join the team, right? They can take some of their free profits and they can join the team and they can keep making more profits, all right? You can say that too. You can tell me whatever the hell you guys want to tell me. It's up to you guys. You guys run this. You guys are in control. I'm just here. I'm just a little birdie in your ear saying, hey, good setup, bad setup, get your mind right. That's it. That's it. But I respect you guys inside the chat, obviously. I respect each and every one of you, and I respect that you're here, and I respect that you made an investment to be here, to learn, to be a part of this community. I respect you guys so much. And the last thing I want to do is disrespect you by giving away my time for free when my time should be given to you guys inside of chat. So it's up to you 100% because I respect each and every one of you. So it's completely up to you guys. I'm just having some fun. I'm feeling good today. We're locking in some profits, and you guys know me. Profits excite me. When I see people making money, I love seeing that. It's just such a good feeling, and I want to keep seeing traders lock in some profits. All right, let's readjust our levels here on CYN. So 268, 238. And so it was 238 resistance. Support is back down still. If you look at the daily chart, support's still all the way back at 2. But what we do have here on CYN is this uptrend. So what we have is we have a high. We have our trend line established. Higher high, higher low off the trend line. Higher high, higher low off the trend line. Higher high, higher low off the trend line. You guys are safe with CYN until it cracks the trend line. If CYN ever cracks the trend line, you would want to think about going short, as this could be an all-day fader. As long as CYN holds the trend line, you are still good back to 240, and then 268, possibly filling the gap at 294. Hey Josh, any coupon codes? My 1-year membership is coming up. Catherine, for you, anything. Absolutely, 100%. I don't know how to make it work. But the coupon that I'm running right now, I'll give it to you, Catherine. I'll give it to you, Catherine. 100%. So what happened? What I'll do, Catherine, when your membership comes out, I'll send you a partial refund to offset, that invisible promotion. But I'll hook you up. I'll take care of you. You are our OG day number 1. You're the first person that ever signed up. Actually, no, it was Corey. It was Corey, and then it was Catherine. Those are the OGs, the MVPs, the real deals. But yeah, absolutely. Hey, Josh, I think I'm grandfathered in. Is that correct? You are absolutely grandfathered in. So whatever you signed up for on the old platform was migrated over to the new platform. So you are 100% grandfathered in. 66% of chat said yes. 66% of chat said yes. Josh, you basically told them to say no. But people, please say yes. This is how much the team loves you guys. The team really loves you because the team said, I don't even see the poll here anymore. Anyway, they said yes. The team said yes. So we'll go ahead and keep it open for you guys today. The OG, the MVP, the real deals, baby. Laura made 120 on CYN. Nice, nice. John says, tell the team I said thank you. So John saying thank you. Danny saying you got great people in your community. Makes me want to join, which I will soon. Gotta drop. Do you guys hear the drain in the background? I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was loud. If you guys hear the drain in the background, I need to make some adjustments to my microphone so you can't hear that because it's not even loud at all. But yes, I got some Dre bumping in the background. Dre keeps me sane. That sticky icky icky. Oh, you want to hear it? Oh, I'm playing Dre in the background right now. He was like, I want to hear it. I'm like, oh, I'll turn it down for you guys. Rod said, crank it up. Hey, I'll do whatever you guys want. Thank you. Y'all make me want to join trying to make some profits. Hey, let's go, right? Today's a hot day in the market. We have some great opportunity. We've already seen some amazing profits from members inside of chat, from viewers over on YouTube as well. And that's normally what happens. It's weird. Like we have a day where it's fun. The market's hot. We got traders locking in big time profits. And then literally I drop some kind of like sign up and everybody signs up because they're like, dude, I just made like $3 grand. I'm going to join the team now so I can learn to make another $3 grand and another $3 grand. It's freaking amazing. So we'll probably see some new faces, team, inside of chat today. Knowing YouTube, knowing the profits that are being made, it's safe to say we'll probably have some new faces coming into tomorrow. And we even got more profits in profits chat. We got George from NYC. Hey, baby, 211. That's what I'm talking about. You got Dougie on his cash account. Dougie, I want to say one thing. You taking that step back really helped. I know you took a step back. You were paper trading a little bit. Now you're back on your smaller cash account, keeping things realistic. You have been banking this week, dude. Every single day, you're locking in great, clean, consistent profits. I am so proud of you for taking that step back, for realizing, hey, sometimes the best decision is take a step back before I can take my next step forward. I see you coming out of the gate, man, on that live account this week, and you are doing fantastic. Good job. Good job. So right now, we're kind of just sitting back on CYN. What's up with WBEV? WBEV is ripping on up right now at this point in time. But what's our rule inside of chat? All right, what's our rule? When a stock does what, we don't touch it. Right, when a stock moves more than 50 cents to the upside, we do not touch it. If it moves 50 cents to the upside without pulling back, we do not touch the stock. Why? It's overextended and stocks will pull back. There will be some profit taking. Wait for the stock to pull back and then look for an entry, guys. You got that post-market spiking high of 590. That could be a decent level of support. But right now, you could definitely see it pull back into the low $5 level. Stock Hunter, give me a coupon and I will sign up. Guys, I thought we were supposed to be trading, but now you guys want me to do some coupons? You want me to do some giveaways? We'll ask the team again, right? It's up to the team. I let the team decide on days like today. You guys want a coupon? Team decides. You guys want giveaways? The team decides. Josh is just here. I'm the little bird in everybody's ear, trying to help you guys identify opportunities, learn what it takes to trade, lock in consistent profits, keep your losses small, have some fun. Woo! Love it. Top 2 stocks, CYN, WBEV. WBEV has room to fall back down towards around 5 to 520. CYN, I do not want to buy it right here, but what I will be looking for is a possible, right, a little early to tell, but possible ascending triangle breakout formation. Why would I even say possible ascending triangle? Well, what do we have? We are starting to see flat top resistance with higher lows. If this comes back into the trend line and holds, and it starts working its way back up the high a day, this could be a beautiful ascending triangle breakout formation. As long as the trend line holds, we find another little U shape and we start working ourselves back up to the 240 level, we could easily see this break up the 268 and then 294. Kamal says, take advantage of your future team, take care of them. I thought he said take care. I was like, oh, absolutely. Catherine, I got a coupon. Ooh, ooh, I got a coupon. Ooh, ooh. I love the gifts in chat. I love the gifts. I got a coupon. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. All right, so that's what I'm looking for on CYN. That's the next setup that I would take. All right? I want to see this get rejected. I want to see the stock pull back and come into the trend line. We could actually use a trend line here intraday. So let's run our intraday trend line here. And if we see this pull back into the trend line and it starts creeping back up to 240, I will take this long for the ascending triangle breakout formation. And if you guys are wondering, Josh, what's an ascending triangle breakout? I'm new, right? An ascending triangle is a stock that has flat resistance and it's building higher lows. So if we see this come back down off the trend line and we see it get tight, at some point we could absolutely see resistance break and get a nice little rip to the upside. Ascending triangles are bullish continuation formations 80% of the time, right? They hold the higher lows, they hold the trend line, they break resistance, and they get the next leg up. These are 80-20 setups. We've seen a couple of them this week as well. So what I'd like to see is this come down a little bit closer to the trend line. Could it break out here and start ripping ahead of time? Sure it could. But where's my best entry? Off the trend line. Then looking to take profit at 240 just in case it doesn't break. But let's say it does break. I'm in at 220 and I have so much room to 268. So would you rather be buying this at 245 or buying this at 220? I'd rather be buying this at 220 because if this stock doesn't work out and it dumps, I still have breathing room. If I buy at 245 and it's a false breakout and it dumps, I take a big loss. I would rather wait for this to come down into the trend line, look to make an entry, anticipate the ascending triangle, and if it doesn't work out and it dumps, I can get out at break even. If it works out, I have a much better cost basis. I tell you what, guys, let's see if we get a trade here on CYN, right? Let's not miss any opportunities. If you guys are still here at 10:30, 11 o'clock, and you want a coupon, I'll drop the Easter promo again, right? I'll drop the Easter promo again. We only had we had 14 seats filled. We have about 6 or 7 seats available for the Easter promo that we ran. I'll extend the Easter promo today for those of you that are really eager to use your profits to join the team. You're eager to use your free money today to join the team, then hey, we'll go ahead and make it happen. I'll drop a nice little discount and we'll have some fun with it. Kevin's saying team Josh. No, it's team Alpha family. We're one big family, one big happy family of traders. It's not team Alpha. It's not, no, it's not team Josh. It's team Alpha, right? It's team Alpha. You guys make it the best. All right, let's see. We want to see it bounce here. I'm not in yet, not in. But if we start to see it bouncing like it is, that's tempting. Right off the trend line, start to curl here a little bit. We start to kind of move back up to high a day. I'm taking this trade, right? This has a lot of great opportunity, guys. I got in a little late at 237. If it doesn't start breaking here, I get out and look to get right back in. But that candle looks like it wants to break. Play it really tight because it can come back down to 220. But I jumped in thinking we're going to get an immediate follow through. I jumped in here at 237 thinking we will get an immediate follow through for the ascending triangle breakout. If not, I will get out. And I'll always look to jump right back in. It came to the trend line, it's bouncing. This has to break 240 and 245 for this to be the ascending triangle breakout, guys. Again, I wanted my entry at 220. I just missed it. I hesitated. I didn't react quick enough. And I ended up getting in as the candle pushed back on up. So I got a very late fill here, which means my stop is much more than what I anticipated. So with that being said, I got to play this smart. I was not thinking I was going to get in at 237, 238. I really thought I was going to be getting in right off the trend line, but it bounced quick, and by the time I got in, it was just a little late. So right now, I'm pretty heavy on this because I think it has great potential, and we've seen a lot of stocks break, scream, rip, and run. I'm willing to take some risk. I'm willing to take some heat on this trade, as I do think at some point we could see the ascending triangle breakout, guys. But I want to start to see this breaking now if it's going to break. If not, I bite the bullet, take a loss, on to the next one. But we do have these higher lows, flat top resistance. We came down to the trend line. Nice rebound, nice follow through. This candle had some pretty good volume. After that red candle came down to the penny, bounced off the trend line, strong close. Great confirmation candle right here on high volume. It may take some time for this to work out, but I'm willing to hold this. I'm willing to work with this, scale in, scale out. And if I get stopped out, so be it, I get stopped out. But this stock has a lot of great potential. Has good news. It's a low float stock trading great volume. It hasn't dumped on off yet. It's respecting the technicals beautifully. And with that being said, I do have confidence right now that we could see this break off this ascending triangle and get a nice little move to the upside. But if not, your stops need to go below the trend line. If we break high a day, 250 first target, 268 target. But the second we crack this trend line, if we crack the trend line, that's where you want to walk away from the trade. And if you're hitting your goal on the day, let's say you hit your goal already on trade one, you shouldn't be in another trade. Why is that? We have rules. If you've already hit your goal on the day, okay, and you're up 500 bucks, 1,000 bucks, and that's your daily goal, you should not be trading anymore. Why is that? You don't want to give your profits back, do you? Do you really want to give your profits back that you just worked hard for? Or do you want to go ahead and take your profits that you made and end your day? That's why we have rules. That's why we have goals, right? Our rule is, when we hit our profit target, we're done for the day. And this thing is moving quick. This thing is all over the place. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. Right off the trend line, I missed the best entry. I wanted to be in at 220, like I said, to take profits at 240. I got in really late. By the time I clicked buy, it had already popped up to 238. I feel really crappy about this fill. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I feel really iffy about this fill. Being right in at resistance, I don't like that. Because my game plan was buy off the trend line and take profit at resistance in case it cracks. That was my plan. I called it out. I want to get in as close to the trend line as possible. Scale out at resistance just in case it doesn't break out. To avoid buying at resistance and getting stopped out if it doesn't play on out. And then my ass gets filled late. By the time I'm getting in, I'm like, whoa, that was not the trend line. That bounced up a little bit quicker than I thought. So unfortunately, I got a later fill than I wanted. And that, comes down to a possible little bit bigger of a loss. And right now, it doesn't look good. I think it's going to crack here, guys. I really do think it's going to crack because it has that arch look to it. It's kind of rolling over a little bit. We can see that it has that rainbow effect, that arch effect to it. If this isn't a strong rebound candle, I do think it's probably going to crack on down below this trend line. So if you guys were getting in at the 221 that we talked about, good job, guys. If you got in based on the initial plan right off the trend line and you didn't hesitate like me, good job. You could be breaking even right now. You could have been locking in some quick profits, but again, I got in late. It's starting to crack. It's starting to look weak, and I am currently down, which I'll make it back. It's all good. I'll make it back. So I'm not too worried about it. But it can be frustrating sometimes. You're hearing it from me. It can be frustrating when you have a plan, right? And you know exactly what you want, and you miss your plan, right? You miss the trade. You don't get that beautiful fill that you want. And that would have been a great little 40-cent bounce or 20-cent bounce here from 220 to 240. That was the trade I wanted. And like I said, just slow reaction on my part, getting filled at 238. That sucks. So we will make this back though. We will absolutely make it back. 100%. Today's a hot day. Today's a fun day. Nothing can stop us, baby. But yeah, I'm going to have to get out of this. I gave it a little bit too long. And right now, I'm definitely going to have to walk away from this for sure. The only reason I'm still thinking like I'm holding it is because we could bounce here off that 212 back above the VWAP and try to move on up. But right now, I'm letting it breathe a little too long for comfort. So right now, that sucks. That's unfortunate. I had high hopes for it. I have to start getting out of this. I let it breathe way too long. Way too long I let this thing breathe. So I scaled out, right? I averaged out. Just if it does keep dropping lower, I reduce the risk. Now, if for some crazy reason the thing sets up, what I can do is I could always look to, recycle my position, right? It's called recycling. It's when you're convinced that the stock's going to move in a set direction. You start getting in. If it goes against you, you cut your position, you add back in to bring your cost basis down little by little. It's called recycling your position. So for some crazy reason, this still has potential and it looks like it's going to make a move. I will recycle my position to bring my cost basis down. But right now, I'm probably going to walk away from it 100% because I'm really not liking what we see at this point in time. And like I said, I let it breathe way too much. The second I realized I had a late entry from what I wanted, I should have been just getting out at that point in time. But I just said, you know what? I'm already in. Let's see if we get the break. And I just let it breathe way too long. But right now, let's see what happens. We've seen a lot of that weird market maker price action too, guys, where you have a good setup. It'll drop on down, it'll find a base, and then it'll start to rally. So how many times have we seen that market maker price action this week? You have a good setup, it fails, so it drops on off, it bases, and then it starts to rally. We've seen a lot of those drop base rallies in penny stocks lately as well. So the only reason I'm still even holding right here is I'm not trading my P&L. I'm not looking at my P&L. I don't even know what I'm down right now. I know I'm red. But what I'm seeing is decreasing volume into that lower shadow of 211. So I see that decreased volume into that support. I'm starting to see that base form. And if we start to see volume and we start to see that potential rally, that could cause this to go back to high a day, right? It's a drop base rally. So you do have a little bit of volume moving in. And so what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be recycling my position here to bring my cost basis down. Called recycling. FYI, users of TOS, before when I wanted to take profit, I had to cancel my stop. Now with advanced futures enabled, I can take profit regardless of pending orders. A TOS agent has to enable that for you. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's cool. So yeah, for those of you that use TOS, that's a pretty cool feature. They have to enable it for you, but now you don't have to cancel before you get out. It'll do it automatically. That's nice. So right now I'm just watching the chart, level 2, time and sales. Like all I'm doing right now is reading the chart, watching the level 2 and the time and sales. I'm playing the chart. Or I'm not playing my P&L. I'm not even looking at my P&L right now, guys. So you ask me how much I'm up or down, I don't know. All I know is I got a late fill. I was pretty heavy on size. I'm going to take a lot of heat if it goes against me. I know I'm taking a lot of heat. I know I'm down about 10 cents on 7,500 shares. I know I'm down quite a bit. I don't really care what it is though. I know I'm within my risk tolerance. I know what I'm risking. I know my position. I know if I get out what I'm losing, and I'm okay with that. I'm accepting that. So now I don't even care about the P&L. Like, what's the P&L going to do for you? Nothing. It's going to blind you. I'm reading the chart, right? We have that drop on down, decreasing volume. We found that decent little base there. Decent base, nothing crazy, right? We started to see volume move in a little bit. But right now, if we don't hold this 210 level and start breaking back up the high a day, I am going to end up taking a loss, and we'll see what the loss is. And then you'll watch me bounce back from the loss. Josh is the king of battling back. For some reason, when I take a decent sized loss, I always battle back from it at the end of the day. It's weird. Beth would say you're the king of battling back. You're the king of comebacks. I don't know. Maybe I like a good challenge. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, right now, we're going to have to cut. I'm going to have to cut this. If you were able to honor the initial plan, good job, guys. I'm envious of you. If you got that trend line bounce, Phil, and you took profit at high day resistance, and then maybe you had a runner and you stopped it on the rest, that was the initial plan. I'm envious of you because you nailed it beautifully. You nailed it beautifully. To the penny, exactly what we thought was going to take place and happened. So again, congrats on that, guys. For those of you that got that 220-ish fill off the trend line, you were taking profits at high a day, and you put a stop loss on your runner at break even, you still would have walked away from that trade profitable. Good job on that. I'm kicking myself in the butt that I did not get that trade the way I broke it down. So we do have that drop on decreased volume. We come down and we bounce with increased volume. We pull back to that level of support. We bounce again. This could be the start of a double bottom that could help push this back up to high a day. Right? So we have this potential double bottom starting to form. If we break that double bottom neckline of 223, we could see it back up towards around 240. If we drop below 208, I have to get out of this and just move on to the next stock that may have better opportunity. So right now, it's just struggling. I highly doubt it. If it was going to get that little drop base rally reversal, I would expect to see a little bit more action on CYN at this point in time. It's 10.20 in the market. We could have potential for one more leg up before it, kind of does what the market's been doing this week. And what's the market been doing? Selling on off. A lot of these top gaining stocks fading and falling over lunch into the end of the day. So right now, all I'm doing is I'm recycling my position. So I'm recycling my position, taking small paper cuts along the way down, adding, bringing my cost basis down, maybe building a slightly larger position at the same time to where if we get this move in my direction or in the direction that we think we could go, at least we able to make up those paper cuts and still put yourself back into the green. But right now, if this doesn't start breaking 220, I'm going to take a loss, and then it's on to the next stock that has the next best opportunity. I'm way too patient with CYN. And knowing me, guys, the second I get out, hey, you guys can jump in, right? The second I get out, you guys can just happily jump on in the CYN. And yeah, you're all set. You can just PayPal me like half your profits, and we're all set. We're good to go, team. But yeah, this doesn't look good. I'm surprised I'm still in this position right now. I'm being extremely patient with it right now. But right now, I smell a stop loss coming if we crack that 208 level. But that chart looks horrendous. I mean, look at it. Is this a long? Absolutely not. I mean, right here was great. my DA, dumb, you know what, just got in way too late. I was too busy talking and distracted, and by the time I clicked buy, I'm like, Jesus, really? Wow, I was way too late. But yeah, there's some big bids. There's some decent bids right now on CYN, but at the same time, you're starting to see that VWAP looking like it's going to cross the 9 EMA. Looks like it's going to start crossing that VWAP to the downside. And what do we know? When we get that cross, it could be a little bit of a bearish signal. Now, normally not on 1 minute time frames, normally on higher time frames. And there's your dump. I have to get out. And we got to move on to the next opportunity. The only way this trade works is this is a strong rebound. If this closes at like 212 in the next 10 seconds, that's the only way this thing still has potential to work on out. If it closes like this, it's coming down the 2, it's coming down the 193, and it's probably going to keep selling on off for the duration of the day, guys. Yeah, so I said around 10:30 to 11 o'clock, right? 10:30 to 11 o'clock is when I was going to short the stock. And I saw the setup, right? I really like the setup. And I'm going to break this down real quick so you guys know exactly what happened, right? We said, hey, at this point in time, this could be a possible ascending triangle breakout. Flat top resistance, really holding this trend line. Every time we come to the trend line, we bounce back into resistance. We come to the trend line, bounce into resistance. I said, I want to anticipate the trade. I want to anticipate the ascending triangle breakout. If we come down to the trend line and we bounce, I want to get in, take some profits at high a day, and if it breaks out, I have a runner on the table, right? I have a runner, right? I'm in at 220, take profit at 240, and then leave the rest as a runner. The last thing I want to do is get in at 240, it fail, and have to stop out of the trade. So by the time I see this, I'm over here typing in my order, I click buy, I look down, I'm like, oh wow, that was not the best fill. I wasn't really looking at the level 2, that's my mistake. Right? If I was looking at the level 2, I'm like, oh yeah, no. I honestly think I'm getting filled at like 220, 223, 224. I'm not looking at the level 2. And what do you know? I get in late. I get in really late. And then what happens? Nothing. Exactly what I thought. If it doesn't work out, it's going to fade and fall. But if I can grab that trend line up to 240, at least it can be a profitable trade. But, you know, it happens. It happens. Right now, I don't even know why I held it that long. I was being extra patient, but now it's time to bounce back, baby. I love a good challenge. I love a good bounce back. Absolutely love a good challenge. Love a good bounce back. And of course, now the market's starting to die on off. You got some of those small cap oil stocks moving. Yeah, you got INDO moving a little bit. You got INPP moving a little bit. ENSV moving. CEI no. MXC no. HUSA is moving a little bit here, guys. And so why are these stocks moving on up? Well, I mean, go look at oil. Oil's having a decent little day. Oil's trying to bounce a little bit here. So if oil starts taking on off and oil has a nice little green day, back up to like 109, we could see these small cap oil stocks do well, and we're already starting to see them move on up a little bit, right? Look at INDO. INDO is up about $3 per share from low a day. You go look at like something like INPP. INPP is trying to move on up. ENSV is trying to move on up. HUSA is trying to move on up. So yeah, we'll definitely watch some of these small cap oil stocks. CYN on those big bids, could that be shorts covering? Yeah, definitely. You know, you could see that. If shorts cover, right, what is that? It's a buy order. So if shorts are covering on the bid, then yeah, you could see that, you know, being shorts covering their position. Those buy orders could be shorts covering. Absolutely. No, the reason why it dropped like that was because the sellers simply outweighed the buyers at that point in time. There was way too much selling pressure, and buyers just couldn't break back through and regain control. But to answer your question directly, yes, technically speaking, if you're looking to cover your position via a limit order and you're looking to cover on the bid, then yes, that would reflect on the level 2. Like you said today, when you hit your goal, stop trading. Is it the same to have a loss set up and call it a day? Yeah, 100%. Right? We should have rules. We should have daily max losses where we walk away for the day. We should have daily max targets where we walk away for the day. So if you come in and you nail a great trade and you're up $1,000 and your daily goal is $1,000, you should walk away for the day, right? Maybe paper trade a little bit, but 100%. You know, if you hit a daily profit target, walk away. Don't give that profits back. If you hit your daily max loss, walk away so you don't dig yourself a deeper hole. That's why we have rules to make sure that we're always able to stay on the winning side consistently in the market versus sitting here just digging a big hole that's nearly impossible to get out of. That gives you a chance to take a step back, review your trades, right? Assess everything and get re-prepared for the next day. SWVL, newer IPO stock, halted a few times to the upside. Trying to figure out why this stock is up right now on the day. From what? A low of 450 to 8, almost up 100%, give or take, about 75% at this point in time. Just one of those newer IPO stocks that are just randomly getting some action at this point in time, team. You're on SWVL. Just one of those newer IPO stocks getting some hype, getting some action. I do not see any news here on SWVL. Is it a good time to buy Netflix? I mean, Netflix is down 70% from the all-time highs. If you like Netflix long-term, you think it could recover and bounce back, it's definitely not a bad time to dollar cost average in, as it is down 70% from those all-time highs. But at the same time, if you want to invest in a company, you need to do some due diligence on a fundamental side of things, right? So kind of just try and dissect the company. Look at what analysts are saying. Look at just try and do some, fundamental analysis on the stock if you're going to invest in it long term. And just kind of try and see what the consensus is between a lot of the top analysts in the market. But if you think about it, Netflix, good company, solid. And it's down 70% from those all-time highs. Now, if you do that fundamental due diligence and that analysis, and you come to figure out that, hey, this is a good company. They got a strong balance sheet. They're always profitable. They're growing. They're scaling. Here's their plans. I think this could help the stock rebound. And you have a good, strong fundamental belief that the company is going to be around for 5-10 more years and that they continue to grow and continue to make money and continue to profit, and it's down 70%. Oh, absolutely. 100%. It's kind of like Boeing. When Boeing dropped down to like $98 during the pandemic, I bought Boeing. Why? It's Boeing. Boeing, whatever, however you say it. I bought some of that. Why? I mean, all the government contracts, it's Boeing, right? I bought some of it when it dropped like that. So solid companies, solid names, when they drop and they're beaten down, I'll absolutely look to add those to my portfolio or simply dollar cost average into them. So when is SWVL going to be live? Looks like that was a 10-minute halt. So 10, 30, 40. You got about 35 seconds here on SWVL before this goes live. So again, 10, 30, 40. So 10 seconds. You're on SWVL. Got about 10 seconds to go here on SWVL. Right now I got a bid at 961. I have an ask at 658. So right now, let's see if this is going to gap up. It should be live. It was halted at 10, 20, 40. Oh, no, that was the resume time. So it should be live any second, guys. It should be live any second, SWVL. It could go up to 10. I'd like to see if there's a halt strategy opportunity here. I'd like to see if there's a halt strategy opportunity, but there was not, so I can't buy this. I can't chase this. Do I think it's going to rip the 10? Probably. It's getting halted again at 906, but again, it's just too risky to be buying this after it's already ripped. Right now, it looks like it's getting halted at 906. Bids are stacking at 906. $980. Holy smokes. Look at that. That was wild. This thing is just on a freaking tear. 980 getting halted. Boeing. Yeah, not Boeing. Boeing. I'm going Boeing. So right now, I mean, this stock is taking on off, but that was a pretty iffy halt strategy to try and get into. If you were buying this, you'd probably just be chasing it at the end of the day, right, guys? So right now, it's fun to watch these stocks rip, but it's like, man, how do you get involved? I mean, is it even worth getting involved? So right now, the one stock that we will be watching at this point in time is going to be SWVL. So again, that is the #1 stock to be focused on right now at this point in time. If oil starts having a pretty good day, which it's already having a decent day from around 102 to 105. If oil continues to rip like this, we could absolutely see those small cap oil stocks performing pretty well. All right, I do need to use the restroom, guys. I will be right back in about 2 minutes. Let's see where the next best opportunity is. And let's make it happen. It's a rebound day. It's a battle back, bounce back day. It should be fun to see that redemption, to see that battle back inside of chat. So let's make it happen. You guys are locking in those great profits out of the gate on CYN, and you hit your goal. Go ahead and accept it, take it, walk away, sit back, watch, listen, learn, all that good stuff. Look at all those killer profits in profits chat. My goodness, Corey on the small account, 160. Red and green, 633. My goodness. Good job, guys. Good job. Now it's time for me to get my profits. Now it's time for me to redeem myself on that. Just not the best trade. All right, guys, give me a second. I'll be right back. Gonna use the restroom, and we'll go ahead and start where we left off. I come back and see AJ says, don't wash your hands. Hey, I didn't wash my hands. Whenever I use the restroom midday and I don't wash my hands, I come back and I make money. I don't know. Maybe it's just good luck. Who knows? But no washing my hands, baby. We're good. I'm just looking for the next best possible opportunity here, guys. You know, I definitely don't want to chase a stock. I don't want to trade just to make money back, right? That's revenge trading. If you're just putting on trades to make money back, that's in a sense revenge trading. What I'm looking for is the next best opportunity to present itself. My mindset now is I'm not red. I'm break even. I still have potential to lock in some fresh profits, right? My P&L is what it is. It's down there. Will I battle back? Absolutely. Will I bounce back? I do believe I will, 100%. With that being said, I'm not just going to take a trade to make that money back, because when you start doing that, you start digging yourself a deeper hole. So my mindset is the fresh start. Trade number one. Let's make it the best trade, and let's see what happens. So right now it's 10:36. Here at 11 o'clock, we'll dive into a lesson. Maybe we do a giveaway, and you guys want that promo, so I'll definitely be dropping that as well, guys. SWVL was halted at 10:31:55. So if it's a 5-minute halt, which I doubt, would be 10:36:55, and we are not live. So you're going to be looking at 10:41:55, about 5 more minutes to go for SWVL. All right, so do we have anything with CRXT? We do not. Do we have anything with RDBX? Not right now at this point in time. How about CYN? Not really. CGRN? Nothing. BRQS? Nothing. GFAI? It's trying to bounce. It's trying to rebound, but it's really slow with not a lot of volume. CASA? We have nothing. ARCT? Nothing right now at this point in time. It's just SWVL, right? SWVL is the only stock that's making some moves. So let's see if this thing sets up for us. Maybe we can lock in a couple buckarooskies here. But right now at this point in time, I'm just kind of sitting back waiting for that next best opportunity to really present itself to make sure it's the best of the best trade to get involved with, guys. So we should be live at 10:40. Was it 10:40? Yeah, it was like 10:42. 10:41:50. Should be the resume time. What do I think about ATER? You know, I honestly thought it was never going to break the 200-day moving average. I always thought it was going to get rejected and dump back down to 5. We actually got a break over the 200 SMA, and we had a failed break, and then it dumped on off. So what do I think about ATER? The only reason it's moving today is it's simply bouncing off the 20 EMA. Right, just bouncing off that 20 EMA, and it's already hit resistance of 513. Right, 5 to 513 resistance. So I think that the move's pretty much done. If you ask me, I would say that if you were not already in ATER, I don't think there's a reason to get in right now. It's starting to dump on off, starting to crack here a little bit. If you were in out of the gate, if you were playing this breakout here at like 475, there was some opportunity on ATER, but right now it's already went from its support level and it bounced all the way up to resistance. Right now, I would think that it would just die on off a little bit and lose some activity, lose some interest. But right now, we want to be watching SWVL. The stock just went from 450 to 980. Hasn't pulled back yet. Looking to see if we have any kind of like dip buy opportunities with SWVL or see what happens next. I mean, over 1075, the sky is the limit, and this thing has room. I mean, it could go to 15 bucks, technically. $15 would be the next psychological level of resistance here on SWVL. And we're going to stream all day today, so I'll be back this afternoon. And we have plenty of time to see if the market shapes back up a little bit for us. We should be live in a few seconds. All right, we're live. This could be the halt strategy, guys, where it opens flat and then it starts breaking the open. If it looks like we're getting halted to the downside, though. So first red candle with a halt to the downside right now, you're looking at another 10 minutes. This is not a fun stock. It goes live, within 5 seconds, it's halted. It goes live, within 5 seconds, it's halted. So we'll still keep it on watch, but right now at this point in time, it's just not, it's not fun to trade. CRXT, with CRXT, you have a lot of resistance at 257. You are below the VWAP here. You know, you could see that 9 EMA help get a little bit of this 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formation. We could see that back up to 257. But right now, I'm not crazy about how it's moving. So all I would say with CRXT is if it holds that 9 EMA, which is my blue line on my chart, at least on a 3-minute time frame, ideally on a 5-minute time frame, right? If we hold this 9 EMA, we continue to get tight in between the 9 EMA and the VWAP. This could lead to a nice 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formation, and you would have some room back up to 257 and then back up towards around 270 here on CRXT. So again, potential 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formation. As long as this 9 EMA holds on up, we see that volume break the VWAP. You could see it at 257 and then 270 here on CRXT. So, you know, since CRXT is trying to set up here, since CRXT is trying to possibly set up for a decent little strategy, little opportunity, let's keep it on watch. Right now, you're going to have that 10-minute halt on SWVL. So that went live at 10:42:55. It got halted at 10:43. It got halted. We should be live at 11:03. I'm sorry, 11:53. Jesus, I can't even talk. 10:53. Jesus, Josh, come on. 10:53. We should be live on SWVL. So you have a very, very low float stock, SKYH. A very, very low float stock here, guys. Popping up a little bit on pretty random volume. But what I see is it could be trying to bounce off of that 200 SMA. It's getting really, really close to that 200 SMA on SKYH. It's a micro float stock. It's 500,000 in float. So what do we normally see in the market? When stocks are dead and dying off, traders go find these low float stocks that could start ripping. And that could be SKYH. All right, this could be that micro float stock that traders just, run to because nothing else in the market's really doing anything at this point in time. So we'll watch SKYH to see if it starts getting any more volume and starts moving. Again, there's no reason for SKYH to be moving, so just understand there's no catalyst, there's no news. The only thing that I see is the very, very low float bouncing off prior support. Look at when we opened. We came down and, found really good support in like the 520s, and we just came down right around that same level. We are starting to see a little bit of a bounce. You're seeing a little bit of volume move in today for the first time. It's a very, very low float stock. And this is a stock that is just bouncing off the technicals, right? We came down to this 525 level, bounced, and then really started to tear on up. Came down yesterday, very close to that 525. We're seeing a slight gap up today. It's trying to pick up some volume. We actually don't have terrible volume compared to the average. It's not a lot of volume, but it is something. And traders, when the market's slow, guys, they go find these really, really low float stocks that could start ripping and running, and every trader lands on it. So it's worth watching SKYH just to see if the volume does pick back up. 633-ish support. You're on SKYH, 633-ish support at this point in time. We're still waiting for SWVL to go live. So SWVL still halted to the downside. Should be live in about a couple more minutes here, but it's a 10-minute halt. So yeah, that's going to put you in the 1050s. 1052, I think, is going to be that resume time. 1052. SKYH would be high risk, high reward trade. This stock could rip, it could dump. All I see is that technical bounce. I see the increase in volume today. I see that it is up 18%. It's creeping its way up on the leaderboard. It's a micro float stock. Traders start to see that. They get excited, they get interested, and they start running into the stock, thinking it could start blowing on up, maybe like SWVL. So it's worth watching, but just understand that this is a high risk trade. There's no news. It's high risk. It could also be high reward if traded correctly. So it's worth watching just to see, as traders like these super duper low float stocks. When it's in halted, yes, then you can. Yeah, so if you're looking at like SWVL, right? If you're looking at SWVL, then absolutely. You got to wait for it to go live before you can place an order. And if we go look at SWVL, what has to take place first is, the open and the pullback to like $8. If we can pull back and open at $8, then hey, we have some opportunity there. We have some opportunity. So now we got to go back over to, I just want to watch SKYH here. I do want to watch SKYH, see if this thing does start moving possibly back up to that high a day. It's that very, very low flow stock that's getting a daily technical bounce to it. And it's worth watching. It's worth watching. Especially if it starts popping over 7, it could start taking on off a little bit. Again, it's one of those high risk, high reward trades. Again, I always want to make sure that you guys know it's high risk, high reward, right? This thing could dump on off just as easy as it could rip on up. And again, there's no news behind it. It's just bouncing off that daily low. It's a low float stock. You think trading psychology. What do traders like when they see low float stocks, right? What do they do? They get excited. They get interested. They're like, oh my gosh, it's a low float stock. This thing could go to the freaking moon, right? It's bouncing, it's ripping, it has volume. So let's just keep it on watch. I mean, if we start popping $7 here, you know, 730, what is that, 730-ish? Yeah, 730. And then honestly, 934, right? You could see 934 on it, potentially. You know, it had that nice little pop on up. It didn't just dump, right? It tried to hold that 9 EMA. You saw that slight decreased volume pullback. Again, nothing clean, nothing crazy. Slight decreased volume pullback. Tried to get a follow through here, right? So it's trying to get some action. Is SWVL live? SWVL is not live yet. So we still have some time here on SWVL. I thought that was going to be live here already. No, you're looking at, I think it was 10:53 is the resume time. So I think you got about 1 more minute to go. I think it was, yeah, it was 10:53 should be the resumption time here on SWVL. And right now, you could see it bounce at this 802 level. Right, was that prior halt level. So if we come down to the 802, it could bounce a little bit. But again, just a little risky right now at this point in time. But right now, I would stay away. It's a little risky. What's SKYH doing? It's trying to get some action here, little by little. Let's see if it pops over that high a day and starts ripping as our next low float stock that traders just want to get involved with. You know, traders are eager. Traders are desperate. The market's slow. The market's, you know, just slow. And traders want to get something going, and they see this low float stock that's bouncing on up with a little bit more volume today than it normally has on average. Bouncing off that that low of 525 yesterday with a gap up and a possible follow through today. Traders are just kind of desperate and eager right now at this point in time. If the stock ever breaks 731, if we go really look at this daily chart, you know, you're right at pretty key resistance right here, guys. So you could see it at like 789. You could see it up to like 833. I mean, there's definitely some potential. But again, there's no news. Just so you guys know, there's like no news. There's no catalyst. The only thing that's happening is we're bouncing pretty close to this low, right? We came down yesterday. We hit it, gap up, and we're starting to push today a little bit. And then traders notice that it's a super low float stock. It's literally 500,000 in float. It doesn't take a lot to get stocks like this ripping and running. So we're watching that. SWVL still red, still dumping on down a little bit. CRXT, was that a little? Yeah, that was your 9 EMA VWAP squeeze, guys. You see that? You got a nice little 9 EMA VWAP squeeze that we were looking at there on CRXT. And SKYH is trying here. I mean, there's 720. You know, if we pop over 730, I got to take a little bit here. I don't want to be greedy, but I also want to see if it breaks 730 and see if it rips. Okay, I got to take a little bit there at 730. Trying to see if we get stuck in a halt, maybe. That would be fantastic. What am I up right now? Where's my P&L box at? Where's my P&L box? I don't care. I play the chart. That's it. I play the chart. I play the level 2. I don't even care. But where's my P&L box? I don't even know what I'm up right now. I mean, maybe that's a good thing. But what's my position? Okay. I got 2,500 shares. So, okay. Sorry, this is throwing me off. I don't have my P&L box up. Where did it go? 2,500, 740. We're doing good on volume. I have liquidity. I can get out. Okay, I'm out. I'm out. Okay, what's going on? Let me move. Can I move this? No. Where the fuck did it go? Sorry, guys. I'm thrown off right now. Where is... Okay, let me just open up a new P&L box real quick. So, new... positions... Okay, that's weird. That's so weird. Oh! Okay. That's weird. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I set up my new computer, my new desk last night. So I set up my new desk, and I rearranged my monitor layout. And so whenever I have a saved layout, it's throwing it weird. It acts weird until you open it and reset it and resave it. You guys ever done that? Like TOS, you have a saved layout. You go and flip your organization of your monitors and stuff like that. And then it just kind of gets everything out of whack. So let me do this real quick. Why is that? Okay. So we're good. Let's save. Let me save this real quick. Actually, we want to take that off there. That's there. Let's save it. Layout. Save layout as. Boom. Save. Perfect. All right, cool. So we should be good there. Let me save my TD layout real quick. So let's save that as well. And let's go save fidelity real quick. And save, and we're good. All right, cool. All right. So, I mean, SKYH tried to get that pop on up, and I mean, it did, you know, right here around that 670 level, really holding that 9 EMA, nice, healthy, decreasing volume pullback, give you that little 5-minute doji right there. Did I come back? Oh, yeah. Nice. Like I said, I didn't even know my P&L. I just took the trade. I knew what my risk was. I knew where I was going to lock in profits. But yeah, I made $2,600. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. So again, it was a high risk, high reward trade, guys. You know, if I would have got stopped out of this one, I would have been done for the day. But I had really tight stops, right? I was risking underneath that pullback low. And I wanted to sell it high a day. And I was able to get some off the table at 738, 734, and 733. I was able to get some off the table. That wasn't a bad trade. Yeah, I made $2,600. Nice. I'm down 161 on the day. Not a bad comeback. I love when that happens. That reminded me of the AMC trade, right? Remember AMC where I'm down like 8 grand? And then what was it? IGMS. Same thing, IGMS. I'm trading the chart. I map out my plan and I'm in. And I'm not even watching my P&L. I don't even look at my P&L box until the trade's done and over with. And I was like, holy crap, I broke even on IGMS from AMC, and I was ecstatic. But that's what I like doing. I mean, I don't look at my P&L. And if you guys have a tendency to look at your P&L as you're in a trade, I suggest you remove your P&L box out of sight. Because sometimes when you're in a trade, you put too much focus on your P&L. Your P&L doesn't do anything for the trade, right? Your P&L is really irrelevant. You already know what your entry is. You know your target. You know your stop. You know your position. You know exactly what you're going to make or lose on a trade. Why even look at your P&L box, right? Sometimes you make bad decisions looking at your P&L box. So that wasn't bad. That wasn't bad at all. What the all right, hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm getting a little frustrated. My computer keeps glitching out, and my whole layout keeps getting shifted. So I literally lost my P&L box again. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Sorry for the technical difficulties. This happens every now and then. So what happened? All right, here we'll go. Load. Load layout. Okay. Okay. All right, this is getting aggravating. I definitely need a new computer. I'm returning the desk. I'm getting a computer. I'm returning the desk, and I'm buying a computer. John says he's guilty of the P&L watching. I mean, if it wasn't for being inside a chat, I would not have my P&L up. I would literally take my P&L and I would minimize it because it's irrelevant. It really is. you're sitting there in a trade and you're like, all right, I'm up 200 bucks. I'm up 300 bucks. I don't want to give the 300 bucks back, which is the right idea. You want to take profits. But when you're really focused on your P&L, you start taking profits early. You're not taking profits based on what the chart's telling you. You put too much focus on the P&L and you start, taking profit, for example, or stopping out because of the P&L being green and red when it's not even your plan at the end of the day. So if you guys have that tendency to like make bad decisions when in trades because you're looking at your P&L, literally just minimize your P&L box and you guys are all set. So let's see if there's any other good opportunities. Anything with SWVL? Nope. CRXT, anything here? I mean, it was a decent little 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formation, right? Nice little 9 EMA VWAP squeeze. If you missed the initial squeeze, you are getting your pullback right now on decreasing volume. So CRXT still has potential, team. So we're still watching CRXT here. Good job, thank you. You always come back. I know. Literally, Trader Girl Beth in chat calls me the king of comebacks, like the comeback king. Because whenever I take a big loss, like I would say 90% of the time, I bounce back. Like AMC, I bounce back. Right here today, CYN, I bounce back. And all I do is I stay consistent. I trade the way I trade. Nothing changes. I accept the reality that I lost in the moment. Like I wasn't even affected by CYN's trade. I was disappointed in the trade because I realized it was a bad entry and I realized I should have cut my loss way earlier than I did, but I learned from it, right? If you're late to the trade, don't take it. That's what I learned. If you're a little bit late, don't take it. Why did I get in? I wasn't mindful of the level 2. I wasn't really looking to see what the ask was, and I market order in, so I'm getting filled to the ask. I wasn't mindful of that. I got a late fill. When I realized I had a late fill, what should I have done? I should have gotten out, regardless of what happened. I overthought it. I was way too patient with the trade. Was that $2,700 loss avoidable? It was avoidable. Absolutely. That could have been a $200, $300, $400 loss, right? That could have been a no loss by simply just saying, hey, I'm a little too late to the trade. Again, my plan was buying off the trend line and selling at 240. I ended up getting in at 240. I reacted too slowly. So I definitely learned from that trade. I realized what I did wrong, and I applied that instantaneously. And then when I see SKYH and I'm breaking it down with you guys, it's bouncing, we have the volume, it's a low float, trading psychology, all right? And we're really breaking this down, and we see that nice little healthy decreasing volume pullback. We put in this nice little doji on the 5-minute above the VWAP, and we see the first 5-minute candle to break into a new high after the doji. I jumped in. Could I have gotten stopped out? Absolutely. It was high risk, but I also knew there was potential to see some good reward out of that trade. So right now, CYN. GFAI is trying to make a little bit of a grind to it. So let's do this. The market's kind of slow. It's slower, right? You got CYN still giving everything back. RDBX not doing anything. CRXT kind of chopping around and struggling. SWVL, it's done now. SKYH still has potential, right? SKYH still has potential. If this sets back up, I would look to trade it again. Very, very low float stock, and it moves very quickly. And when it moves, it moves. So with that being said, if SKYH will set back up for us, I would absolutely look to re-enter a position to see if we can lock in some profits here. Throw a little bit of this trend line. Could be a head and shoulders formation, guys. So you have this big rip on up to 733, 773, and then back up to that 733 level. This could be a head and shoulders formation, and you're actually starting to confirm this possible head and shoulders. So right now, I would not be looking to go long on SKYH as it is starting to confirm a little bit of this head and shoulders formation. Addy removed my P&L bar 2 weeks ago and has been nothing but good for my trading. I promise, guys. Taking that P&L box out of sight and just trading the chart, you will be fine. But then I have a lot of questions from traders. They ask, okay, Josh, if I remove my P&L, how do I know when to cut the trade, right? How do I know how much I'm down, right? You always talk about good risk management, Josh. So if I don't have my P&L box up and I'm reading a trade, how do I know when to cut it? I don't know what I'm down. How do I know when to cut it? Well, you have a trade plan, right? If you buy at $7 with a 650 stop loss and you're risking $500 on the trade and that's what you're okay with, you can take 1,000 shares at $7. Because if you take 1,000 shares at $7 and you click sell at 650, what did you just lose? $500. You don't need your P&L box to tell you you're going to lose $500 or that you're down $300, $400, $500. You know exactly when you click sell at 650, you're going to lose $500, right? You know if you buy at $7 with an $8 target and it goes up to $8 and you sell it, what did you make? You made $1,000. Now you go look at your P&L box, it reflects $1,000. So as long as you have a trade plan on every trade that consists of an entry, a target, a stop loss, and assessing your position sizing, you will know exactly what the outcome is going to be. You're going to know exactly what you're losing and what exactly you're making. You don't need the P&L box to tell you that. But sometimes traders get blinded by the P&L, right? You say you're okay with losing $300. You see you're down $250. You cut it, and then it rips. And you're like, son of a bitch. Or you see you're up $100, $150, $200, but you're still far away from your target. You take the trade prematurely, you get off the table too quick, and then it hits your target, and now you're mad because you didn't stay in the trade, and now what do? You go hunting for the next trade. So yeah, remove the P&L box, out of sight, out of mind. It definitely helps. Wayne, what about the discount? All right, let's do it, guys. Let's do it. It is 11:07 in the market. Things are starting to slow on down just a little bit at this point in time. So we have Mr. Wayne over on YouTube asking about that discount. Like I did say, guys, I'm going to extend the Easter discount to you. Same thing, Catherine, if you're inside a chat, when that membership comes up for your year renewal, I'll go ahead and get into the system. We'll make some adjustments to get you that discount, which will just consist of me sending you a partial refund or just sending you a PayPal, because if I do a partial refund, it may cancel your account. I may just PayPal you the cash as if the discount was applied, because I can't go back in there and apply discounts after the fact, but we'll get you taken care of. But for those of you on YouTube that want the discounts, that want the coupon, here you guys go. And then we're going to dive into a lesson. Today, we're going to be talking about opening range breakouts. All right, so we're going to talk about that strategy, the time frames to trade it on, and how to trade it, where to get entries, where to place stops, all that good stuff. So we're going to be talking about the orb strategy, the opening range breakout. I don't trade the opening range breakout, but I've had a lot of comments in chat asking, hey, can we do a lesson on the opening range breakout? Absolutely, we will do that. So who wants it? All right, who wants it? The more people that want it, the more generous I get. That doesn't make any sense, does it? The more members that want the coupon, the more generous I get. Now that doesn't make sense. I'm already being more than generous. So let's do this. So what you guys are going to do, I'm just going to walk you through the process. It's really, really easy, guys. So what you're going to do is you're going to go over to alphadaytrading.com, right? So you're going to go right here to alphadaytrading.com. You can read, who we are. What do we do, right? You can scroll on down. You can see my beautiful face. I mean, you got it right here, but now you get to see it right on the website. You can read about me, right? Read my bio. Who am I? Where did I come from? All that good stuff. Figure out who you're going to be working with. What you get as a member. What separates us from everybody else. Why we see our members more consistent than some of other communities. We take a much different approach when it comes to trading education. See what our members have to say. And again, it just gives you a nice breakdown of what we do. What makes us different. It also gives you a nice breakdown on our platform, right? So you can see the platform that we built, the platform that we developed for our members, right? What does the platform consist of? What are some of the options and features, right? It just gives you a really nice overview. So once you've gone to alphadaytrading.com and you've taken the time to kind of just skim through the page, read up about us, and you're like, you know what? I want to join, right? And you guys are like, I'm joining anyway, so why are you talking to me about the website? I'm just saying, take some time. Make sure it's a good, educated decision. Make sure that this is the community that you want to be a part of. The last thing I want you guys doing is enrolling and then canceling a day later because you're upset. I don't trade options full-time, okay? I don't trade options full-time, but I teach options. I don't trade futures, but I teach futures. I trade equities. I day trade. If you're coming in thinking we're going to swing trade all the time, don't join, because we don't swing trade like that. It's occasional, it's rare we put on swing trades. But if you guys want to do what we did today, repetitively, every single day, all day, every day, and you're like, yes, I want to day trade equities, this is where I want to be, then boom, that's perfect. But if you want to like swing trade options, you're going to be very disappointed if you join the team. So I'd rather tell you right now, don't join, because again, we're not swing trading options, for example. So you just go over to the memberships tab, all right? Go over to the memberships tab, scroll on down. The promotion is applied to the yearly. The yearly's already 33% off. The yearly gives you a free session with me, right? You also get 50% off the course, which for the promo, I was doing a 100% off the course. So for the promo, it's 100% off the course, and you get 2 free one-on-ones with me. Again, access to the platform, access to the Trading Education Center. We do live stream and commentary like today. Every day we do lessons followed by a Q&A session. You guys get the morning stock newsletter. I stream my scanners to you, and you get all of these extra benefits for Easter Sunday, right? So you get an additional discount on top of the discount, and you get the free course and 1 extra one-on-one. That's what I talked about last week for Easter Sunday. So you would just come down, you would click choose the package. It's that easy. You fill out the registration form, but don't forget to do this. You have to select have a coupon, right? If you don't select have a coupon, I don't know, it's for the Easter thing, and I don't know who to send courses to and who to give extra one-on-ones to. So you just come here to have a coupon, you type in Easter Egg 2022, so EASTER-EGG. So the E in Easter is capitalized, the E in egg is capitalized, 2022. So that's the promotion code, Easter Egg 2022, and then you're just gonna click off that, right? And you don't think anything happened, but if you scroll back up, you're gonna see that your discount's been applied with Easter Egg 2022. The second you enroll and click sign up and register is the second you will be sent an email giving you access to the course for free, and also letting you know how to set up your private one-on-one sessions. Once you get logged in, it'll bring you directly here. So once you get enrolled and you sign up for the first time and you get logged in, this is the first page you're gonna land on. Live trading rooms. So take a second and click some buttons, right? Click the Morning Stock newsletter and see what the Morning Stock newsletter is all about. It's a great newsletter. It's one of the most detailed newsletters out there. Click that video lessons library. Start studying up. I mean, there's over 80 lessons and we're still adding to it, right? Definitely just take a moment to check out all of the links. And when you're ready to dive inside of chat, go to live trading rooms, click join chat room under Alpha. That's gonna load up the platform. If you don't want these scanners, right? If you don't want any of this here and you just I don't want it, instead of scrolling all the way down, you don't want it, just click hide charts and scanners up here at the top right. So if you don't want all this stuff here and you just want the live stream and the chat rooms, just click hide charts and scanners, and that's gonna drop you all the way down here to the bottom. This is where we do business. These are our chat rooms, alerts, all of everybody's profits, options, crypto, live trade stream, all that good stuff. Hey Josh, is the lesson gonna be in the library? Yes, the lesson's gonna be in the library, absolutely. I'm the cheapest person on the planet. The membership is value. Catherine, I am cheap as well. I'm so cheap that I'm sending back this $2,000 desk and I'm gonna piece it out on Amazon for 700 bucks. That's how cheap I am. But I still want value, right? I still want value, and Catherine loves the value. Catherine's been with us for almost 12 months. You have been with us for 12 months, a full year. You and Corey are the longest members we've had inside of chat. Are you gonna leave anytime soon? I mean, I want you to leave. At some point, I want you to leave. That's music to my ears, but I mean, is Catherine ever going anywhere? I don't think so. Catherine loves it, and I love having Catherine a part of the team. I love having everybody a part of the team, but Corey and Catherine, literally, that's crazy. For a year strong inside of chat. That's great. 12 months green, woo! Helping pay college. You got Corey up in here locking in great. I mean, Corey crushes it every single day, guys. Corey has a small account he trades options on. He's always banging out 160, 150, 60, and he's got a $1,000 small account for options. Dude, that's impressive. If you still have that $1,000 account, to lock in 160 on a $1,000 account is impressive. That's absolutely amazing. I'm not going anywhere. What the hell? I'm just messing with you. But no, it's music to my ears. Literally, at some point in time, I expect everybody to cancel. Why? Because if you cancel, that means you know what you're doing. If you cancel, that means you know how to trade consistently. You don't need me anymore. You can do it on your own. That is music to my ears. That means I'm doing something right. If I have people canceling because they want to do this full-time on their own, because they know how to do it on their own, that's awesome. Because I was able to help get you there in the first place. So honestly, yeah, I want you guys to cancel at some point. But at the end of the day, it's like, why would I leave this awesome community? Trading's boring. I have so much fun. I'm learning something new every single day. I want to be Corey when I grow up. Yeah, same here. So that's how you do it, guys. You just go over to alphadaytrading.com. It's that easy, right? You're just going to go up to that memberships tab. You're going to choose the plan. If you choose monthly, you can go monthly. If you choose quarterly, you can go quarterly. If you choose yearly, put in the coupon, Easter egg 2022, and it's going to give you everything else we talked about, and it's going to give you instant access to the platform, so you guys are all set, ready to rock and ready to roll. So I'm pretty sure we'll have some fresh faces inside the chat. So team, let's make sure we do the right thing. If we have newer members diving in chat today, jumping in chat, make sure we give them a warm welcome to the Alpha Day Trading community, to the Alpha Day Trading family. Make sure that they're welcomed the way we welcome each and every one of you. That would be awesome. And let's go ahead and dive into a lesson. Let's dive into a lesson, guys. Now, this is a strategy that I don't trade. This is a strategy that I know, right? There are strategies that I trade. There's strategies that I know and I can educate. I do not actively trade the opening range breakout. I don't do that, okay? But a lot of you inside the chat want to learn more about the orb, the opening range breakout. So let's go ahead and take a step back and let's just really dissect what an orb is, the ORB, right? When people say the orb strategy, what they're saying is the opening range breakout, okay? So it's a type of strategy that you're buying a break over resistance. So before we move on, are you the type of trader that likes buying breaks of resistance? Or are you the type of trader that likes to buy off support and sell at resistance? Do you like buying at support, taking half at resistance, and then seeing if it breaks out and having a runner on the table? What kind of trader are you? Oh, dude, no. Back up, hold on. Trader King, I do apologize. Andy, Trader King, has actually been with us the longest. I was just talking about when we actually launched officially 100%, right? Catherine, Corey, but Chris, Trader Girl Beth, Trader King, right? They have been with us the longest, like 2 years, 2.5 years. So I'm sorry, Trader Girl Beth. I'm sorry, Catherine. I'm sorry, Corey. But Trader King, he wins. He's been with us longer than a year. Beth's been with us since the freaking beginning. Chris, I've known Chris for years. So we used to trade together in smaller groups, like just on the side in Zoom meetings and stuff like that. It was fun. So anyway, guys, all right, they're the real MVPs. They're the real OGs. But our new MVPs and our new OGs, when we launched 100% with the new platform, that's Catherine and Corey. But I love you all. You guys know that. So back to the strategy, the orb opening range breakout. You got to ask yourself that question, all right? Go ahead and ask yourself, what type of trader are you? Are you the type of trader that likes buying breakouts? If so, pay attention. This could be your next favorite strategy. Are you the type of trader that likes buying off support and selling at resistance? This strategy is not for you. Do you like buying off support and scaling at resistance and then scaling out more if it breaks resistance? If so, this strategy is not for you. This strategy is going to be for breakout traders because this is a breakout trade. So if you are a breakout trader trying to find new strategies and new setups to continue to trade those breakouts, the orb strategy would be for you. So the orb strategy or opening range breakout, you're literally buying the break over the opening range, right? That's why it's called an opening range breakout. You are buying the break over the opening range, whatever the range is, right? And so let's go ahead and take a step back again. Time frames, okay? 15 minutes, all right? Not a lot of traders use a 5-minute time frame for the orb strategy. You're definitely not using a 1-minute candle. You're definitely not using a 1-minute candle. You're gonna be using a 15, 30, or an hour candle. 15 minimum, ideally 30 minutes, up to an hour time frame for this strategy, right? Because we have to set in a range first, okay? So what do I mean a range, right? We have to set in a range. If you're looking at the opening range breakout on a 1 minute time frame, right? Here's your first 1 minute candle, right? If this is a 1 minute candle right here, if that's a 1 minute candle and it closed, you already have a range. What's your range? Well, you have the candle high, you have the candle low. So that's a range from low to high, right? The stock was at $2 when it opened and it went to $2.50. It put in a 50-cent range from an open and a low of 2 to a close of $2.50. It put in a range. And so the orb strategy is the opening range breakout. So if you're looking at this on a 1 minute time frame, right? And this closes here, opens right there, and it starts breaking out, you would think, hey, that's an opening range breakout, right? Because we opened here at $2. And we put in that high range at $2.50. Oh, it just broke $2.50, I'm in. Well, 1 minute time frames, they chop around a lot, right? You'll see that stock all over the place. 1 minute time frames, no. 5 minute time frames, ideally not. You want to really be looking at what? 15-minute time frames for this strategy, okay? So what you're going to do is you're going to wait for that first 15-minute candle to close. So you're going to have this 15-minute candle, right? This big old candle is a 15-minute candle. And this 15-minute candle consists of what? 15 1-minute candles. So on the 1 minute chart, it was doing all this, right? On the 1 minute chart, this is what it looks like, okay? Over 15 minutes, it moved from a low, it had a low, and it had a high. That's your range, right? Your range is that high, and your range is that low, from low to high. So this candle, right, this is a 15-minute candle. And that 15-minute candle consists of what? 3 5-minute candles or 15 1-minute candles. You want to find your higher time frame setups, the higher time frame opening range breakouts. Okay, so again, we're going to utilize this as an example for a 15-minute time frame. So we see here that on the 15-minute time frame, right? It's the first 15 minutes of the day, 9:30 to 9:45. This candle has now closed. And let's say it gives us a range. The top end of the candle is the top end of that range, and the bottom of the candle is the bottom part of this range. So your range is the candle high, and then your range is that candle low. Okay? So you put in this 15-minute candle. Okay? It closed, let's say, what is that? Let's say it was $5. And it opened down here at $4. So your range on this 15-minute candle is a low of 4 and a high of 5. It's this simple. You would look to go long over 5. You would look to go short below 4. So if this is what you see, and then your next candle opens, and it does this, right? And then you see the next candle, and it does this. And then you see that. What you're waiting for is to buy a break over the range of that 15-minute candle. So I'm going to go ahead and remove my webcam. So again, what you're looking to do is buy the stock if it breaks over the opening range. So this is a 15-minute candle from 9:30. I just want to clarify, from 9:30 to 9:45. This is the first opening candle, right? If you're looking at a 15-minute chart, this candle would consist of 9:30 to 9:45, okay? That is the opening range on this 15-minute candle from 4 to 5. That is the opening range, a low of 4, a high of 5. And what traders will do is simply buy the stock when it breaks over that opening range. So if it breaks that $5 level, which is over the first 15-minute candle here, traders will look to go long right here as they expect the trend to continue higher for the day. Okay? It's literally that simple. It's that simple. And traders will also look to go short. So let's say that you put in that opening range, right? Because it's long and short. You can go long and short. So you have that big 15-minute candle. You mark up your opening range, right? That consists of your high of the candle and your low of the candle. And traders will actually play this short as well. So let's say it opens and it drops on the next candle. And then it drops. And then it pushes on up. And then it drops on down. Just like this. Traders would look to go short right there as it's cracking below the opening range. Remember, this is the opening range. Okay, it consists of a high and it consists of a low. If it breaks the high of the opening range, traders go long. If it cracks below the opening range, traders go short. And again, minimum, you're looking at a 15-minute time frame. Ideally, 30-minute time frames work the best and even more powerful on a 1-hour time frame, but you will never utilize this strategy, in my opinion, on a 5-minute or time frame. Not even on a 10-minute time frame, at least a 15-minute time frame. So again, the opening range breakout, you're trading on a 15, 30, or 1-hour time frame. Okay? Your first candle that closes is considered your opening range candlestick. Okay? So that first 15-minute candle closes. That is your opening range candlestick. And again, it consists of a high and it consists of a low. So once you have 15 minutes minimum of data and you have your 15-minute candle, you mark up the top end of the range, you mark up the bottom end of the range. If the stock breaks the top end of the range, you go long. If the stock cracks below the low end of the range, you go short. That's it. Like, that's it. It's one reason to jump into a trade. That's why I don't trade it. You guys know me, I like multiple separate reasons to take trades, the boom, boom, bang. It has 3 separate reasons, right? Inverse head and shoulders, there's multiple separate reasons. Divergences, multiple separate reasons. The reason I don't trade the orb strategy or the opening range breakout strategy is simply because, why? There's one reason to get involved. You're literally buying a break of resistance or a break of support. You're only buying and trading this for one reason. That's why I don't trade it. But it's that simple. It's that simple. That's what you do. Or you wait for that first 15, 30 minute, 1-hour candle to close. And if it ever breaks the top end, you go long. If it ever cracks the bottom end, you go short. That's an opening range breakout. It's not very complex. It's one of the easiest strategies out there, period. So the first candle on CYN on the 830 is 113 and 169. Is that correct? See that? Let's use an example. Let's actually find an example of the opening range breakout and build a trade plan around it as if we're looking at the first 15-minute candle. So let's go look at CYN, again, minimum 15-minute time frame, and let's take it to the very first start of the day. All right, so let's take it right in 9:30. So boom, right here, we just got our first 15-minute candle to close on CYN, right? We're on a 15-minute time frame, CYN. This is the very first 5-minute candle to close, correct? Correct, or a 15-minute candle to close, correct? Correct. So what you do next is grab a horizontal price line. You mark up the top end of the range. You mark up the bottom end of the range. So this range was a low of 193 to a high of 233. So if you're looking at that 15-minute candle, your range is now set in. This is your opening range candlestick. The high of this candle was 233. The low of this candle was 193. This is your opening range, okay? High of 233, low of 193. So what happens next? You either A, go long over 233, or B, go short under 193. You play it to the long side if it breaks to the upside out of the opening range. You play it short if it cracks below the opening range. Okay, so let's take it into the next candle. If it breaks over 233, traders are going long, right? So let's see what happened. It broke over 233, traders went long. It ripped up to 245. Now, where do traders place their stop losses on opening range breakouts? traders will put their stop loss below the opening range. So you know where your entry's at. It's if we break over the top end of the range, 233. The bottom end of the range is 193. So where are traders placing stop losses? Probably right around 190. That's the way the strategy's taught. This is the way traders trade this. Okay, so traders are long. They have a stop at 190. What are they risking on this trade? What's their risk? If they get in at 233 and they get stopped out at 190, what are they losing? They're losing 43 cents a share. Now, 43 cents a share may not be a lot, but now you have to ask yourself, all right, I have my opening range, right? And so you do it right here at this point in time. You say, okay, I have my opening range. If we break 233, I go long. I know where my stop needs to be, right around 190. I'm risking 43 cents per share. So the question you have to ask yourself is, can I get 80 to 90 cents per share on this stock? Right? Because that's 2 times your risk. So can I get at least 80 to 90 cents out of this trade? Well, I know we have resistance at 267, and we have that gap fill at 293. So if I get in at 233 and I hit first target, I'm making 35 cents. If I hit second target, I'm doing 61 cents. So I see potential to make 61 cents per share. If I get stopped out, I'm losing 43 cents. Is that good risk to reward? It's not good risk to reward. You're looking to make 60 cents, but you're risking 40 cents, right? We want to be able to make at least 80 cents. Easy. So you have your first opening range candle. You mark up the high, you mark up the low. If you're looking to go long, you buy the break over the opening range and your stops go below the opening range. And then you place your targets and you take profit at targets. How did CYN play out? It broke the opening range, spiked to 245, and it would have stopped you out. Now what are traders doing? They see this opening range. They see it coming down and cracking below the opening range's low. So now you may have shorts here on CYN. There may be shorts entering this position as we're cracking below the opening range's low. So what happens? Shorts are coming in, shorts are making some profits, and right now it's still below the opening range. So what could you do right now at this point in time on CYN? The fact that you are below the opening range, you crack below it, now you're retesting the opening range's low as resistance. So what could this do? It could stall right here at 193, get rejected as resistance at 193, and continue to sell off and continue to roll on over. Okay, and we could actually look to take this short possibly for that dump on down as we're hitting that opening range's low as a level of resistance. So I know that it's kind of like, Josh, there's got to be more to it. There's got to be more criteria. There's got to be more separate reasons to take this trade, right? It can't be as easy as identify a 15-minute candle and trade the break of the range, right? You go long over the high, you go short under the low. You're probably saying like, Josh, right? There's got to be more criteria behind the strategy. There's really not. It's 15-minute candle minimum, identify your range, over the top end you go long, underneath you go short. That's it. And that's why I don't trade the strategy. Because what? There's one reason to get involved. There's one reason to take this trade. And what's the second reason? You're buying at resistance. You're buying at resistance. I hate buying at resistance. What's wrong with the short? You're shorting at support. I don't want to short at support. I want to cover at support. Where do I want to short? I want to be shorting at resistance and covering at support. Right? I want to be buying at support and taking profit at resistance. I don't want to be chasing stocks through resistance. I don't want to be chasing shorts through support. I actually want to be shorting off resistance and covering at support, and then vice versa for going long. So again, it consists of buying breaks right at resistance and shorting cracks right at support. I don't trade that way. I don't trade that way. And the other thing is, one reason to take a trade. One reason. It's literally buying the break of a candlestick. That's not enough for me. That's just not enough. Now you can take this strategy, the opening range breakout, and you can try to identify other things that help increase your odds with this approach. Right? Does the first candle have high volume? right? Is the first candle a strong candle where there's no lower shadow and no upper shadow? It's just a strong bullish candle, right? Is the RSI not oversold or overbought, right? You can actually start utilizing other forms of technical analysis to see what helps support this trade. Do you notice it's holding the 9 EMA? Is it holding the VWAP? Is the RSI at a 50, a 60, right? What's the volume? Is there an upper shadow? Is there a lower shadow on the candle? What you have to first do is backtest this strategy, right? Paper trade the opening range breakout 10, 30, 40, 80, 100 times, and go back and look at the ones that went with you, and then go back and look at the ones that didn't work out, that went against you. And what you'll start to notice is those trades that worked in your favor and those winning opening range breakout trades, you're going to start to notice there's other criteria being met. You'll maybe notice the 9 EMA held a support before the break. You may notice, you know, that strong bullish candle with no upper shadow. It's just a strong close. But in order to identify what you see on the strategy that helps it work and what you see on ones that don't work, you got to back test those and actually go back and review those trades and review those logs. Are all of those other candles also 15 minutes? Yes, I'm looking at a 15-minute time frame. So all of these candles right now are 15-minute candles. Yeah, so the stop loss is below the opening range. So for example, right, if I was short on CYN as we crack below the opening range candle low, if I was short here, technically speaking, the way this strategy is taught and the way that traders know the strategy is they put their stops above the opening range high. If you were going long for the opening range breakout to the long side, stops would go underneath the opening range low. That's the proper way to trade this strategy. That's the proper textbook way. But that's the thing. 43 cents of risk on that trade, 60 cents of reward. So would this be a stock you should trade the opening range breakout on? It's not. It's not the type of stock you should trade the opening range breakout on. Just like this, look at GFAI. First 15-minute candle was red, right? It cracked the opening range low and it dumped off about 5 cents. So traders were shorting this simply because it cracked below the opening range candle's low point, GFAI, right? BRQS, here's an opening range breakout. It's actually an opening range crack to the downside, but we're able to identify our opening range from high to low, and you just wait to see what direction it goes. Does it break the high? If so, you look to go long. Does it crack the low? If so, you look to take it short. Literally, it's that simple. Click a button, 15-minute time frame. I got a 15-minute candle. I mark up the high. I mark up the low. If it cracks below, I go short. If it breaks above, I go long. It's that simple. It's that easy. That is the opening range breakout. But like I said, guys, we want to find multiple separate reasons to take a trade. So what you have to do is back test the opening range breakout. Back test it. Go back and review those trades. Look at the winners. Look at the losers. What do the winners have in common? What do the losers have in common? And if you can find what the winners have in common consistently, that's how you increase your odds, and that's how you have an edge. That's how you identify your edge. And if you notice that the losers have something in common, you know how to stay away from those trades. If all of the losers, right, have something in common, you know if you see that take place, it's probably going to be a loser. But if you see all of the winners have something in common, you know that, hey, if I see an opening range breakout and I see the stock holding below that 9 EMA and then it cracks below support, these are high probability setups because the 9 EMA is acting as resistance, pushing the stock down. Maybe the 9 EMA is a separate reason for you to enter the opening range breakout trade. But how do you even know if the 9 EMA is something that's going to be utilized in the strategy? How do you even know if the VWAP is something you're going to utilize in this strategy? Well, you backtest this strategy as many times as you can. You go back and review these trades. You compare them against one another, and you see if there's something that the winners and the losers have in common. and you see something that plays out every time on the winners, you know, hey, this is my edge. This is another separate reason to take this trade. And it puts the odds of winning in my favor, and it increases my probabilities and my odds of success. Again, I don't talk about this. This is the first time I've ever talked about this strategy, guys. So I'm a little rusty with it. I don't trade it. I know it, but I don't trade it actively. So I don't have an edge with an opening range breakout, right? I do not have an edge because I've never traded it to really fine-tune the strategy to have an edge, right? I have an edge with an inverse head and shoulders. I have an edge with the boom, boom, bang. I have edges in the market for like dip buys and halt strategies. But I didn't have an edge until I back tested and I just tweaked the setups and made them my own. I made them unique to me and my style of trading and how I trade them. So again, I don't trade the opening range breakout. I know it. It's that simple. It's one of the easiest strategies to understand. It's not complex. It's literally one candle, mark up the high, mark up the low, go long over the high, go short under the low. That's it. That's it. Now what you have to do is back test it, get a win rate, right? Back test it 100 times and see what your win rate is. 50%, 60%, whatever. And find a way to increase your win rate by identifying what the winners have in common. And so if you identify what all of the winners have in common, that's obviously going to increase your win rate. Why? If you see that opening range breakout that has that extra form of technical analysis, an extra reason to jump into the trade, you know that it's most likely a winner. If you see an opening range breakout and it doesn't have what the winners have in common, and it doesn't have that extra separate reason to take a trade, what do? You don't trade it. So you're preventing a loss, which doesn't go against your win rate. So the only way to increase your win rate, see what the winners have in common, see what the losers have in common. You start to notice it's a losing trade, it has that look to it where all your losers had, you don't take the trade. You start to see that opening range breakout that's meeting your criteria from you back testing this setup, you know that the probabilities are in your favor, that's going to help increase your win rate, and this could be a profitable strategy for you. But like I said, full disclosure, I do not trade the opening range. I know a couple profitable people that do this opening range trade. It's a stats problem. If you decide that 30 minutes opening range is the criteria, then you need to understand the equity you're trading and what it averages in the next 5 to 30 minutes. Once you have the stats that you know should maybe on the opening range of Apple is 3, then the next 30 minute might only be 2. If you look at the standard deviation, you can determine you have 2 standard deviation of the original price. Once you know that, you can figure out the stop outside of the standard deviation, all statistics. I don't run this trade on, oh, I do run this trade on futures. Okay, gotcha, Matt. Sorry, I read through that quick. That was a long message. Yes, there is only one criteria, but there is a ton of work that goes into this strategy. An orb variation I've been having good luck with, especially SPY and Q, is what I call the orb break and retest in my journal. I like that. The opening range breakout, the retest, and you go long. And it's kind of like what we see here on BRQS. This is an opening range break to the downside, followed by a retest. You could look to short this stock, right? It cracked the opening range, it sold off, it's retracing, it's retesting, and this could be the retest for the next leg down. And that's Corey's edge. He's not actually trading the opening range to the short side. He's waiting for it to fall. And then if it ever comes back and retests, then he's thinking about going short for the continuation for the next leg down. Yeah, exactly, Placid. That was a great question, Placid. So in this case, pre-market activity is not taking into consideration. From my knowledge about the opening range breakout, you're only looking at the first 15-minute candle at 9:30. So 9:30 to 9:45, you have a 15-minute candle. That's the candle you're looking at. That's the candle that you either buy the break above or short the crack below. Now again, you could use a 30-minute candle. All right, you could use a 30-minute candle. Okay, here's a 30-minute opening range candle. You could have shorted this. Same thing. It's currently retesting. So you can use a 30-minute. You can use an hour time frame. Right? You can use an hour. But the two most popular are 30 minutes and 15 minutes. Not so much the hour. Normally the 15 and the 30 are the most popular time frames for the opening range breakout. But I like Corey's approach, right? I like Corey's approach. I don't like shorting at support. I don't like shorting at support. I don't like going long at resistance. So how do I go long at resistance? I wait for the break of resistance. I wait for the pullback. I wait for the retest. Then I go long. I don't like shorting at support. What do? Let the stock crack support. Let it retrace into old support, new resistance. Then look to go short on the retest for the next leg down. So if you guys are like, you know what, I don't like trading breakouts. I don't like shorting at support. I'm just like you, Josh. I don't like chasing stocks at high a day or at low a day. I don't like chasing stocks, period. So you can apply the orb strategy, the opening range breakout, and then add in the retest as well. So if it would have broken the opening range to the upside, you're not in. Wait for it to pull back and retest, then look to get in. Same thing. Don't short it at support. Wait for the retest and then get in for the short. And if you would have done that on CYN, right? If you would have done that on CYN, if you would have waited for the break and the retest, you would have never been in this trade. Okay? If you would have waited for the crack in the retest, right? Well, you never really had a proper retest rejection. What did this candle do? It just closed above the opening range's low. So you would have never really had confirmation to take this trade on CYN. You would have been completely out of this trade by utilizing the opening range break and retest. So I think that's important if you don't like buying breakouts. Matt says, I have 100,000 lines. Oh my gosh, 100,000 plus lines of spreadsheets to finalize the breakout. And it's broken down by stop, resistance, and targets and runners. I have years of back tests like this. And it's important to back test strategies. Even like Matt said, years and hundreds of thousands of lines of spreadsheets of stocks he's traded certain strategies on. See me? I did that in the beginning. I back tested. I back tested. I found strategies that I already had a good win rate with. And I found strategies that had, the winners had something in common, and I start utilizing that as multiple separate reasons to enter a trade. That's how I go from a 60% win rate to 70 to 80% win rate. Why do I have an 80% win rate with the boom, boom, bang? Why do you guys have an 80% maybe win rate with the boom, boom, bang? Because there's been back testing. The winners have something in common. The losers have something in common. We know which boom, boom, bangs don't look the best. Right? The boom boom bangs that just don't look good, right? We know not to trade those. The boom boom bangs that look great, right? It's having something in common that all of the winners in the past have had in common. How did I even realize that the boom boom bang is a good strategy with a high win rate with all of these separate reasons to get involved? It's because I back tested it over and over and over again, and I realized I have a good win rate. It's a successful strategy. When I win big. When I lose small. And it works 70 to 80% of the time, right? It's because I back tested it for months and months and months and months until I perfected it. Same thing with those inverse head and shoulders. Same thing with a break and retest. Decreasing volume is everything. Every great break and retest breaks on strong volume, retests on decreasing volume, and then you see that buying volume move in on the first candle. 80% of the time you get the follow through and the rebound. But if the stock's pulling back for the retest with increased volume, those don't have as high odds of moving higher. Those are the ones I stay away from. If the stock's pulling back to support with increased selling volume, I know the losers have that in common. All of these breaks and retests that have been losers from my back testing all have that one thing in common: increased volume to the downside. But all the winners have decreased volume to the downside. So what do? I know which ones have higher probabilities of being winners, and I know which ones have high probabilities of being losers. I stay away from the ones that I think could be a loser based on what I'm seeing. And I'll definitely trade the ones I think is going to be a winner based on what I'm seeing. And that all came from back testing. I mean, I didn't have Excel spreadsheets. I wrote it down. I mean, I could literally pull out probably 100,000 pieces of paper from my closet of literally just notebooks and of just this strategy, that strategy, all of my notes. And that's how I've crafted my edge in the market. So I wish I could be more of value and thorough with an opening range breakout, but I don't trade them. I haven't back tested them. I don't know what my edge would be on an opening range breakout because it's not a strategy that I trade. All I know is, what is an opening range breakout? What's the initial criteria? What are the time frames? Where do you get long? Where do you get short? Where do you place your stop losses? I know the basics, the foundation, right? At least you guys have that foundation now of what an opening range breakout is. So now if you want to take that foundation and build an edge on top of it, you have to take what you just learned and you have to back test it hundreds of times if that's what it takes. And then your job is to dissect that, right? Compare the winners, compare the losers, see what each one has in common, and focus on the winners and what the winners have in common. And that's how you're going to perfect your edge and have a high win rate when it comes to opening range breakouts. But you may come to find out you just don't like trading that style. You may not like taking those types of trades. It's okay. You don't need to trade an opening range breakout to make money. You don't need to know how to trade bull flags to make consistent money, right? You only need 3 to 5 really good setups. 3 to 5 setups that work in your favor more times than they fail. What are my favorite 3 setups that I trade every freaking day? The boom, boom, bang, the inverse head and shoulders, and the break and retest. If I could only trade those 3 strategies for the rest of my life, I would pick those 3. They're simple, they're easy, I've perfected them. I know exactly what I want to see with these setups. I know exactly how they should play out when they start developing and moving. I know if this happens, it's probably gonna dump, I get out quick. I know if this happens, it's looking like all of these winners, I'm more confident to stay in the trade, thinking it could be a big time mover. Again, you need a playbook. At the end of the day, you need a playbook, and your playbook's going to consist of 3, 5, maybe 10 strategies that you have perfected. There's 100 strategies I could talk to you about right now. There are hundreds of strategies. Do you need to know every single strategy and how to trade it? No, you don't. You don't. You need to know 3, 5, maybe 10 and perfect those. And those are your playbook. So when you're here, it's game time, baby. You pull out your playbook and these are the strategies that you trade if the market is giving you opportunity to trade one of those setups. If you see a bull flag and a bull flag's not in your playbook, you don't trade it. Maybe you paper trade it. Maybe you back test it a little bit, perfect it. But on your live account that you're making a career off of, no. It's not on my playbook list. I'm not taking the trade. Why do I not trade bull flags? It's not in my playbook. Traders in chat trade bull flags. That's in their playbook, right? It's something they've crafted. It's their edge. Hey, welcome to the team, Stock Hunter. Hello, just joined Team Alpha, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give Stock Hunter a warm welcome to the Alpha Day Trading community. Crypto Cole says, I believe there are an infinite amount of strategies. There is, right? Like the 9 EMA VWAP squeeze. I came up with that strategy, I think. I've never heard anybody else talk about a 9 EMA VWAP squeeze. But that's something over my trading career that I realized plays out beautifully. But if you type in the 9 EMA VWAP squeeze on YouTube, I don't think there's any videos that come up. It's not a strategy that is very popular like a bull flag or an ascending triangle. It's not. But it's something I noticed played out over and over and over again. And I saw a trend. I saw consistency. And I realized 5-minute time frames are the time frames that you need to be on. I realized how they should play out, what you have to see. They got to dump on off and then get above the 9 EMA, right? At first, I was trading the sloppiest 9 EMA VWAP squeezes, right? This strategy. And then in time of back testing, I realized which ones work and which ones don't. What they have in common. And so when I'm trading a 9 EMA VWAP squeeze, it's because it's setting up and forming the way the winners have. If I see a 9 EMA VWAP squeeze and I'm like, I don't like it, you guys are like, why? Because it's forming and developing the way that the losers form and develop. So why take that risk? Why take those odds of it possibly being that loser that you think is going to maybe happen anyway? When you have a free moment, could you let me know where I can find the break and retest? I think it's called How to Trade Breakouts. How to identify. I think it's How to Trade Breakouts the Right Way. Trade Breakouts. Here we go. Trade Breakouts. How to properly enter and scale out of trades. Trade without fear and emotion. This is an older video that I put together. But this is one of the videos for how to trade breakouts. Okay, that's one of them for how to trade breakouts, right? Which is the break and retest. And then how to day trade the pullback is another one. So if you just go into the video lessons library and you type in how to, right, and scroll down, you're going to see how to trade breakouts, how to properly trade breakouts, and then how to day trade the pullback. This is trading breakouts, my version of breakout trading, right? Which is wait for the breakout to happen and wait for the pullback. The break and retest. I know it's not labeled break and retest, but it's how to trade breakouts, my version, the right way. Wow, Corey. Big profits. Red and green still banking them. My goodness, red and green, you're just crushing it lately. Have you been scaling up, red and green? Because it looks like you may have been working on your scale up process, right? Taking a little bit more size. You're doing the same thing. You're still trading, right? There's a lot of trades. And I was like, if that's your style of trading, I remember that conversation. If that's your style of trading, stick to it. Now all you have to do is start increasing your position sizing to see those bigger profits. Is that what you're doing? Because my goodness, you're seeing some big profits now, and it looks like everything stayed the same with how you go about your trading. It just looks like maybe you're taking more size now and you're building into that. That's just amazing. I don't know what to say. That's awesome. Hey Josh, need to talk to you. Please contact. Thank you so much. Lewis, no. How do I contact you? You guys can send me an email if you want. A follow-up, is there an ETA on the lessons PDF? That's something that we're working on, and that's going to come in a different rollout for updates. So our priority right now is to get the app done for you guys. So my development team has just been working hard on the application for the mobile app. And we kind of prioritized tasks, and that was one of the top priority tasks to get complete. And then in our second round of updates, we'll do the PDF and everything else that you guys were talking about. And I think there's a few other things that you thought would work out good, but the PDF version, to upload it and have it in the video lessons library, that's going to take some behind the scenes development on the server. The live stream thing is something we're working on as well, but again, we've kind of prioritized everything, and the mobile app was something that we put on the top end of the list. Thinking of a call option on NVIDIA. Your thoughts? Yeah, let's go look at NVIDIA. I was looking at it the other day, and I liked it because we were really holding that level of support. Thinking of a call option. You know, it really just depends on the broader market, right? It really just depends on what the overall market's going to do. You know, if, you know, broader market, everything's still dumping on down, regardless of support and resistance on NVIDIA, it's still going to follow suit with the overall market. It's going to correlate nice and tight. But I mean, you're chilling right at support. I mean, you're sitting right at that 208 level of support on NVIDIA. Could you see it bounce at 208.84? Sure. But it could come all the way down to 206.49, then bounce. So you have to ask yourself, if I get long at 208.84 and it does come down to 206.49 before bouncing, am I willing to take $2 of heat, $2 of risk? Now the question is, if the answer is yes, I am, what's your stop loss? Right underneath that level. So are you willing to get in at 208.84 and add at 206.49 if it comes down that low? What's your cost basis and where's your stop? What's your risk on this trade? What are you potentially losing, right? Then go look and see, where could you see it go? Well, maybe this is a strong bounce. If it comes down to these lows and it bounces strong, where's resistance? All the way back up at 225. So let's do some math. If you're like, you know what, 208.84 could be a good area for NVIDIA to hold above and bounce off of, maybe even this lower shadow of 206.49. You know, I would buy here at 208.84, and I would buy at 206.49. Get a nice little cost basis, let's call it 207.50. Where does this technically have room to? You know, it has room back up towards around like that 225-ish level. Retest some of these highs. What is that? That's $17 to the to the upside. If you get stopped out, you're risking $2. So, I mean, technically, you could get away with $2 of risk because you want to see it hold this level of support and not drop any lower. And if it does have a strong bounce, we already know it can make that move within a day or two, right? We've seen this move from 213 to 230 in a single day. We come down to these levels and we bounce and we follow through for a couple days. We could see that target hit within a day or two. Absolutely. So you're right at support. Really oversold here. I mean, not super oversold, but you're definitely low enough. And you're sitting right at a pretty valid level of support. So if you're just looking for NVIDIA to come down and bounce and have a multi-day follow through back up to resistance, I mean, you're risking a couple of bucks to make potentially $15 on NVIDIA. So the risk reward's there, but at the same time, the only reason you would be getting in is because it's off support. I mean, just want to clear that up. The only reason you would be clicking buy is because it's at support. Do you see anything else that suggests a long position? Right? Is there anything else that helps support your idea of this being a good long trade for a swing? Anything else you notice? Again, the more separate reasons we have, the better. And the only thing that I can see is a potential bounce off support. Okay, I do see decreased volume over the last 2 days, but here's the thing. We're not even halfway through our day. So if we're not even halfway through our day, today's volume could actually exceed yesterday's volume. And if we see today's volume exceeding yesterday's volume as it's selling off, right, it's actually gaining selling volume. It's gaining momentum to the downside. So the odds of it bouncing are now kind of against you. You'll probably see it dump even lower. So I think it's too early. I think you should watch it. I think it's too early. Don't we have the Fed speaking today? If the Fed says anything the market doesn't like, your NVIDIA trade's dead. If you buy it right now and the Fed does speak today and they say something bad and the market doesn't like it, your trade instantaneously is done. The market's dumped, NVIDIA dumps, you're taking a loss. So what would I do? Wait until closer to the end of the day. That's what I would do, right? Maybe wait until, 3 o'clock. Let the Fed talk, right? Let us get closer to the close so we have an idea of what the volume looks like, right? Are we bouncing? Do we see that bounce? Do we see that attempt? Does it look like traders are here trying to enter? Or did it just fall down below support, right? I would wait closer to the end of the day personally. So, I mean, it could be a decent little swing trade to try and catch it for a bounce. But like I said, it's only one reason to take the trade. I still think you're too early. You need to wait to see what volume looks like towards the end of the day. You definitely need to let the Fed speak and see how the market reacts. Because if the market reacts negatively, I mean, you could see this down to 195, 187, and 178, right? You could see it dump another 30, 40 points. So by waiting towards the end of the day, you have an opportunity to hear what the Fed has to say. You have an opportunity to see how we're going to close right? Maybe 20 minutes before the close, you have an idea of what we look to be closing at, what price, how that candle's forming, what volume looks like, have a chance for the market to digest what the Fed says. And who knows? Like maybe the Fed says something negative and the market doesn't like it and the market reacts negatively and you see this crack. Maybe you can take a short, maybe you can take puts for a swing trade and play that that action to the downside, right? So it really just depends. It really depends on how we look closer to the end of the day. But I tell you what, Kamal, do me a favor, right around 3:30, right? We're going to be here this afternoon. So I'd say 3 to 3:30. Remind me in the video, and I'll come back and I'll chart it and I'll take a look at it for you and give you my 2 cents at that point in time to see what we could have happen, tomorrow and then maybe next week, closer towards the end of the day. But yeah, I like the idea, but I just think you need a few more separate reasons, honestly, to take it for a swing trade. Swing trading right now in this market is a little risky because the market's pretty volatile. It's pretty erratic. One day the market's up and green. The next day the market, gaps down 1,000 points and then it shoots up green. The market's just all over the place. It's really hard to swing trade in this market, but if we can get a few separate reasons that suggest going long, let's see if we can identify a few separate reasons that suggest a long trade to at least just put some of those odds in our favor to make sure we're not, gambling with 50-50 odds. We want to have 70% odds, 80% odds, and that just means we need a little bit more information, a little bit more data to base the trade off of. Easter egg 2022. Oh, the promo? Yeah. One sec, guys. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. RDBX broke that ORB. It did. Nice little opening range on that 15-minute, which was at right around 3, and then boom, nice big break to 350 here on RDBX. And RDBX was a stock that we were looking at today as it had some good potential. It just made its move up into resistance pretty close, 362. But when we really look at this stock, we look at this daily chart, if we break that high from March 23rd with volume, we could see this rip up to our next target, and our next target is right at $5. All right, so let's watch RDBX right now at this point in time. I would say support's back down at 3. I would say right here. Yeah, I think that's a great level, 298. right? It was the opening range high. It's this doji high, which is our hiccup candle in the middle of an uptrend. So $3 is the best level of support. May not make it back down to 3, but we're looking for a 362 break over 362. You have a $5 target on RDBX. So let's watch RDBX and see how low this is going to pull back. CRXT is dead. There's no reason to watch it. SKYH is not dead. It still has potential to break that 733 mark and you get a nice little rip up towards around 934 here on SKYH. Like, this is tempting. Like, this is tempting to buy. I don't buy at resistance, but this higher low U shape off this 9 EMA makes this really, really tempting on SKYH, thinking we could see it spike about 40 to 50 cents through resistance back up into the 770s. I mean, that pop on up to 733, higher low off the 9 EMA with increased volume. That's pretty tempting there. So right now, RDBX, top stock to watch, SKYH. Maybe we're still watching SWVL. I'm not too crazy about it. We're absolutely not watching CRXT, CYN, CGRN, BRQS, GFAI, CASA. Yeah. Top 2 stocks right now, RDBX. And I like SKYH. Like, there's just something about this that makes me think it's going to break and go on a nice little rip and run. But again, I don't buy at resistance. But when I look at this, I see what I see. It definitely looks like it could start making a move over that 733 to retest that prior high. I gotta listen to my rules. Rules, you no buy at buy at resistance. I mean, even though I want to, you don't do it. You stay away from resistance. You buy support. Can you please explain how much the coupon will take off the membership? Is it a year for free? No, not at all. So basically the way the coupon works is you get an additional 10% off. The yearly plan's discounted 33%, so you're getting a 43% discount in total. You're getting 100% off the course. Right now it's 50% off. It's 100% off the course. You get a free one-on-one session with me. Right? You get a free one-on-one session with me. You get 2 one-on-one sessions as part of the Easter promo. Guys, I did not realize what time it was. I am going to mute myself. I am going to jump off here. I do have a one-on-one scheduled. My apologies. I have to jump off here. I just completely lost track of time. But I do have a one-on-one scheduled, and I am late to, and I apologize if you are in chat right now. This never happens. Usually I'm good about this, but I'll make up the, definitely make up that time. I know it's scheduled for 45 minutes. We will run it as long as you would like. It's not letting me get in. All right, I'm going to mute myself, and we are all set. I'll be right back with you. All right, what's up, guys? I know you guys are chit-chatting about... Is it RDBX you guys are chit-chatting about? Yeah, RDBX. It already got to that 362, but here's the cool thing. You're holding above 362 on RDBX. But what do you notice? What do you notice about the stock? Is there anything that stands out to you guys about this move on up? Is there anything that stands out to you as to why it may still not be a good time to get long? There's something I notice. We talk about this a lot. You know, when you see the way a stock moves as it's trending, you start to get an idea of when you should possibly stay out of a trade because it could be ready to come back down. Corey, yes, exactly. And we've seen this happen a lot, right? Each push is smaller, right? We have volume, right? Actually, the volume is impressive. Volume's there. Volume is really high. But what I do notice is, you know, it's just loss of momentum, right? So you have this really aggressive push, nice pullback. Big push, little pullback. Little push, little pullback. It's not as aggressive. Each push is more shallow and shallow and shallower, right? It just kind of seems like we're just losing that momentum. We're losing that oomph to the upside. Each oomph, each push is less and less and less. Now, don't get me wrong, the volume's there, but we can visually see that, right? We can visually see it starting to narrow its range and narrow how aggressive this thing's moving. And normally when we see this, it's not 100%, but it's an indication that we could actually start to roll on over into a downtrend, just seeing how it was pushing and how it's kind of backing off and how it's just moving less of a range each and every push. So absolutely, each push is smaller, which again, it's not, you know, a definitive that, hey, it's gonna roll over, right? But it's something to be mindful of, right? What I mean mindful, if you're looking to buy here on the break and retest of 362, right? And you don't see that push over high a day and you start to see it rolling on over, maybe you're like, you know what? I am now really starting to confirm that loss of momentum and it's really looking like it could roll on over. Let me get out at break even. Let me get out for a small profit. It's just something to be mindful of, to have on the back burner, right? To have with you, if you start to see that unfold, you're like, I saw that ahead of time. I'm really seeing it confirm now. Let's make the best decision and walk away. So just keep that in mind. Be mindful of it. It's not something that needs to dictate trading this or not. If you want to take the trade, but just be mindful that we're seeing a loss of momentum. Each push is smaller and smaller and smaller, and it could very well be time that you see a downtrend start to form little by little here. I mean, you do have some room back down towards around that 343 level, but you are holding above that spiking high from the 23rd of March of 362. And that's the level that you really want to see this hold above for a break and retest, right? Breaking 362, pulling back and retesting 362. As long as we can hold here, you could see that rebound back up to high a day. But if we do start dropping below this 362 level, and right now it's fighting, your next level to the downside would be $3.44. Below 344, most likely back down into the low threes. All right, guys. Emotions got involved in CYN, was up and wanted more and went south. I appreciate the transparency, though. It happens to the best of us. Steve, it happens to the best of us. So you are all good. You realized it. You learned from it. And you're bouncing back from it. All right, so watch RDBX. That's still in play. I'm glad I talked myself out of SKYH. I was like, man, it just has that look. It looks like it's going to break, but I don't buy breakouts for a reason because I know most of the time they don't break out, and then boom. So good stuff talking ourselves out of that trade. SWVL, nothing. CRXT, nothing. CYN, nothing. GR, okay, yeah, there's nothing happening. Doesn't the Fed speak today at 1 o'clock, Corey? I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Fed is talking today. Someone said this morning, I think 1 o'clock, be talking. So if that's the case, it is 1 o'clock. Jesus, it's 1:30. Is the Fed speaking today? Yes. Actually, yeah, duh. Fed Powell says 50 basis point hike is on the table. Says it is appropriate to be moving a little more quickly on those interest rates. Markets are reacting appropriately, says markets are reacting appropriately to our communication, says we are committed to getting back to 2% inflation. So he's already going through that right now. Okay, cool. I was like, wasn't that at 1 o'clock? And I'm like, it was 1 o'clock. So he's getting drilled right now. All right, cool. So let's see how the markets react to that. No crazy big reaction. We're just still fading and falling little by little by little, guys. All right, so I'm going to go grab some food. I'll be back around 2:30. We'll continue our day and see if we can't lock in some more profits, guys. Enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you guys back here in about 1 hour. Hello, 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 stock traders. What's up and what's going on? We are back, ready to rock and roll, guys. All right, so what do we got going on right now in the markets? You see guys talking about CYN with a beautiful little rug pull. Let's go look at that CYN rug pull. Yeah, that was a rug pull right here. That false break, that was definitely a big rug pull. Right through there. This, not really a rug pull. I would say that was just a pullback. I don't know how quick it happened. I'm looking at a 3-minute time frame. Yeah, that was a rug pull. Yeah, definitely rug pull. Rug pull. There's a lot of these rug pulls, especially in the stock. I mean, how many times? You got one. This was just pulling back. That was a bit of a rug pull. Definitely a rug pull. Definitely a rug pull. So yeah, right now with CYN, seeing that back to back to back, you kind of don't trust it. Right? Wait for the stock to move up, wait for a rug pull, then look to buy in for that quick rebound, that quick little bounce on back. So yeah, right now CYN definitely not worth it. RDBX, we said that over lunch, it was just kind of slowing down a little bit. Expect to see it pull back and actually start a downtrend. I mean, we pretty much hit that on the head right when it was up at 385. We're like, yeah, wouldn't really be too crazy about it because again, it's losing a lot of that momentum. SKYH, fading and falling. SWVL, still trying. Nothing too crazy right now at this point in time, but it's still trying to grind on up here. So we'll definitely keep that on watch. But I would say SKYH, you can take that off your watch list. RDBX, we'll still watch it for now. CRXT, trying to get a little bit of a leg up here this afternoon, but still nothing too crazy. CGRN, absolutely dead. Not worth watching. BRQS, just taking forever. It took forever. A little bit of this lunchtime action. Right now it's starting to roll on over. We'll still keep it on watch. GFAI, not too crazy about GFAI. Again, we talked about this morning. Rolling out their robotic services, like the stock never does anything. Stock barely moves. So right now with GFAI, there's nothing there. CASA, absolutely nothing there. ARCT, be one weird mid-candle breakout. One pretty weird mid-candle breakout. So we'll keep this one on watch for tomorrow. Other than that, guys, is there anything super awesome happening in the market right now? Ooh, SPY with a big old red day. With a big old red day. Look at that. That's nasty. That's nasty. Probably see it bounce a little bit down towards around this 436. I mean, it's just straight down. WKSP was halted a couple times. WKSP. That's not worth it. Pick a stock, buy a put, and profit. It's that easy, Corey. 100%. Pick a stock, buy a put, you're going to make a lot of money. Yeah, I mean, across the board, right? RDBX isn't really doing much. SWVL may start moving again. We'll see. It may start trying to pick on up if we can break this VWAP. But again, I wouldn't be touching it right when it breaks VWAP. I'd really want it to prove itself a little bit more. CRXT's trying to pop on up. Still nothing too crazy. CYN trying to get another leg up, but again, couple rug pulls here on the stock. BRQS, again, yeah, there's just not too much happening right now. I mean, there's stuff moving, but just because it's moving doesn't make it a good trade. And at first glance, nothing's really standing out to me at this point in time. And then the overall market's just fading and falling. So, I mean, keep it simple. What you can do is wait for these bounces back up into prior levels and then take a put. So every time it cracks a level of support, turns into resistance. Cracks support, turns into resistance, right? So every time it puts in that support level and it cracks, it falls, right? Support, cracks and falls, retests, back down, cracks and falls, retest, breaking below, fading and falling. Where do you think the retest would take place? Probably right around that 440.50. So if you see this, pop back up a little bit, into that 440.50 level. You see it get rejected, starts rolling over. We could absolutely look to take a put on the SPY, just playing what the chart's given us. Right? We can see it right here. Crack support, retested. Crack support, retested. Crack support, maybe a retest, and then that next leg down, definitely a possibility. Sure possible. Any prior day movers moving? Nah, everything's down. DWAC is just still working its way down little by little. Oh yeah, this morning, UVXY? Oh yeah, you'd be looking great. You'd be looking great. I had this, what was it? Not last Friday, but the Friday before. I ended up cutting it last week as we were coming below my cost basis, and I haven't re-entered yet. Because when I look at the SPY, you know, I just wasn't really seeing too much. Today was like the first day to really get some validation on the SPY. The second we got rejected off the 200 SMA, and we cracked down below yesterday's lows, that's when it got really exciting, really interesting. I mean, it's already down 5 points at that point in time. So right now, the next area to expect a bounce on the SPY down towards around like 437.82. Wait for that bounce on back up, or you can take it for the bounce. It does bounce on up, but I wouldn't really trade against the trend. I would wait for the bounce on up, look to see if it gets rejected off that prior level of support, and then look to take it back on down to the short side. CRXT, look at that, dumping on off. Everything's dumping on off. I mean, do you trust anything? Do you really want to get involved in something? I mean, look at penny stocks across the board. You have CRXT trying to get some action, boom, getting smacked to the downside. Same thing, CYN trying to get that initial action, got smacked to the downside. Look at BRQS trying to get some action, boom, getting smacked to the downside. What do you think's going to happen? SWVL trying to get some action. What do you think's going to happen? What's the trend in the market? Everything's trying to get some action, trying to move, but just getting smacked on down. So I don't know if I really trust anything right now. Don't know if I really trust too much. So right now we're just kind of sitting back, relaxed. We are waiting to see where the next best opportunity is. All right, all right. SQQQ, yeah, so SQQQ is the inverse ETF for the Qs, right? So QQQ is the ETF that tracks the NASDAQ. You got SQQQ, which is their leveraged. Actually, I don't know if it's leveraged. I don't think it's leveraged. It might just be it's definitely an inverse ETF, but I don't know if it's leveraged. Let's go find out. I don't think SQQQ is leveraged. Let's go find out. Is it like a 2x leverage? Is it a 3x leverage? Nah, it's just a inverse ETF for the Qs. So, you go and look at SQQQ, you'd want to be looking at the Qs. So it's going to do the exact opposite of what the Qs are doing. So SQQQ, you would want to play this to the long side, especially if you think the Qs are going to keep dropping. Is SQQQ 3x? I don't know. Let me look real quick. I don't think it's leveraged, but it could be leveraged. I'm sure it is. Most inverse ETFs are leveraged, but let's go see. Yahoo Finance, SQQQ, profile. Yep, 100%. 100%. 3x leverage. Thank you for that clarification. Yahoo Finance wasn't showing the right data, but yeah, it's definitely it is leveraged. 3x leverage. Good stuff, Mark. Appreciate you. So yeah, if you have a specific question about SQQQ, please let me know. If this was just a, hey, let's look at SQQQ, absolutely. Yep, I usually look at the SPY and then I trade UVXY. That's usually my go-to. Is I just go UVXY, or you have VXX, one of the two. But if we look at VXX, I mean, it doesn't move as well. Lately, after they had that press release, I can't remember what the press release was, but it was that day that it halted like 3 times to the upside. But right now, look at that. Compare it to the SPY. I mean, it's definitely not correlating, definitely not moving the way you would want. Like UVXY is moving very, very tightly with the S&P. So we would want to be looking at UVXY, the inverse ETF, or SQQQ. SQQQ is up 2.4, and then UVXY is up $1.50 on the day. So SQQQ up 6%, UVXY up 12% on the day. Boy, oh boy, is that why I love me some UVXY. I love a good UVXY. Yeah, in really volatile days, I will absolutely be trading UVXY. That's my go-to, is UVXY. But on days like today, oh, absolutely. These are the best kind of days to trade some of these inverse ETFs for sure. Right now, in penny stock land, not too much. Let's go look at the SPY. I mean, all we're doing is kind of waiting. We expected to see a bounce at 437.82. We came down to 437.90. Starting to bounce on up a little bit. Again, you know, if we can just slowly grind, I mean, that's a pretty big grind. I mean, these weren't as big. You know, you came down within a few minutes, you're retesting, drop on down within a few minutes, you retest. This has fallen a lot more than those last couple drops. So you may not see it get all the way back up to that 440.50 and retest in time before the market closes in the next 45 minutes. So you could look to just try and play it long for a bounce if you wanted to. It's risky. You're trading against the trend, but we do bounce. We do come into levels of support. We have bounce. Into levels of support, we do bounce. Into a level of support, we could absolutely see it bounce. But just keep in mind, it's going to be risky because you're trading against the trend. If you are trying to take the SPY for a bounce, you know, you are overextended to the downside. If you do think it could rebound back into that prior level of support to retest as resistance, I mean, that's 440. You know, come in here and look at the 440 calls there. I mean, they're still about $1.50. So you'd be dropping about $1.50, but also that's tomorrow's expiration. So again, it's up to you, right? I mean, you have come down to these pretty key levels of support today, and you have bounced. So you could get that bounce off of Tuesday's open here on the SPY in that 437.82-ish, right? There's a lot of good support here on the SPY, and I would expect that to be a level that maybe bounces on up here just a smidge. I mean, you could get about maybe $2 at most to the upside. But again, you're trading against the trend, and we all know that's risky. We want to trade with the trends. So what we could do is if we ever start to see any kind of like divergence here to help validate this is a low and we're going to bounce, I mean, we could definitely look to take this long. So 441 is $1. 138, 181. So let's see what happens here on the SPY. So if it does bounce back up into the 440s, you're looking at 146 a contract with a delta of 0.38. So that means if this drops about $1, you lose about $38 a contract. We're looking at that one there. Yeah, you lose about. We're looking at the 440s, right? The 440s. Yeah, you lose about $38 per contract. But if we get that $2 bounce, that could be $80 per contract. I mean, it's tempting. We're right off that level of support, but at the same time, it's risky. Trading against the trend. I mean, it's tempting. Don't get me wrong. But again, you're going to make the most if you catch it to the right side, obviously playing with the trend. I mean, the SPY did bounce up here about 50 cents, and those options to the call side are still just a little stagnant. They haven't really moved all that much. I mean, we've had about almost $1 bounce to the upside, and they're a little bit on the slower side as far as how they're reacting. They were right around 145. They're only up about 10 cents a contract. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Maybe we got some action here on the SPY. Here end of the day. Make a couple bucks. Yeah, if we grind back up into that 440.50 as well as this downtrend, I will look to short the SPY here to see if we get another little dump on down. Off that retest of old support, new resistance, also that downtrend. Trading with the trend, we know it can definitely sell off pretty darn quick. So that's what I'm looking at here on the SPY. Pennies though, RDBX, nothing. SWVL, a little too choppy. CRXT, it's trying, but it already dumped on off there. CYN, it's trying too, guys, but I don't know if I trust it all that much. I mean, don't get me wrong, it doesn't look all that bad. It's getting really, really tight here. Really, really tight in between the 9 EMA and the VWAP. I mean, look at it on a 3-minute time frame. Look at how tight CYN is at this point in time. I mean, it definitely looks like it could be a decent little 9 EMA VWAP squeeze. I mean, shoot, risk about 10 cents at most. This does even squeeze 10, 20 cents. There's definitely some potential here to make a couple bucks. You know, it's, you know, we see the squeeze. We see it getting really, really tight in between this 9 EMA, in between this VWAP. And it does have potential. Oh, come on, TD. Seriously? Dude. That's unfortunate. I hate TD when that happens. We do have... Come on. Alright, whatever. I can't do anything right now. We know we have potential. Back up to 232, I believe. 232. This thing is rug pull city, guys. This thing wants it, but there's definitely a lot of selling pressure overhead here on CYN. What? Come on, TD. Crash report detected. Crash report detected. There we go. A little bit of love. Josh, thank you for the orb discussion earlier today. Definitely gives me some things to think about and will certainly help me concentrate on appropriate entry levels. Seems to be a lot of stuff out there about the trading strategy of the first red day. There is. Yeah, the first red day. That's a Tim Sykes thing. You probably heard that from Tim Sykes. He loves shorting the first red day, multi-day short to the downside. That's like one of his go-tos. But yeah, I mean, it's a good strategy. You're just, you find one of these super, super hot stocks that are just tearing to the upside day after day after day after day. And when you see the first red day, the goal is to short that as it's probably going to start selling on off. So can we get some action on the SPY? Can we do a little something something here on the SPY by the end of the day? See if we have any opportunity here. Locking some profits, because I mean, really across the board, there's not, just not too much happening. RDBX still fading and falling. SWVL, it's struggling. CRXT, same thing. CYN, same thing. Tried to get that little squeeze here. Now it's starting to roll on over. No opportunity. BRQS nothing. ARCT for a possible mid-candle breakout tomorrow. But to kind of break down Placid's question a little bit more, opinion on the first red day. The only negative thing about that is it would consist of swing trading a stock overnight. It's more of a swing trading strategy. Again, you find a stock that's just been tearing to the upside 5 days, 10 days. Doesn't really matter. Just it's on a freaking tear. It's overextended to the upside. You get your first red day and you short it. And it's more of a swing, right? It's a multi-day swing because you're expecting to see the price drop on off for a few days after that red day. So I guess that's the only negative I have to say about that is if a stock's already been on a huge tear to the upside and it's just ripping and running to the upside, you get a red day and you short it. What happens if the stock gaps up and rips again and you're short, right? We know the risks of shorting overnight. So now if you see that strategy present itself and it's optionable, then yeah, it's a good strategy. First red day, take some puts, make it happen. But if you're physically shorting the stock with shares, you take on that extra risk of swinging a short overnight and then hoping it doesn't start squeezing to the upside. So that's the only thing I have as far as an opinion goes on it. You're just swinging a stock short overnight. We know that's really, really risky, but it's a very profitable strategy. When you see a stock on a freaking tear to the upside, you get that first red day, you typically see a multi-day fade and fall. What was it? There was one stock that was a little bit of that first red day. I can't remember what stock it was, but it was on a multi-week tear to the upside. And then it had that first red day, then it just started dumping on off. I want to see if I can give you an example. Can't remember what stock it was. It was one that we were looking at last week or the week before. Can't really remember. So there is, you know, it has been back tested. It is something that's been proven to work consistently. Again, I've always heard the first red day from Tim Sykes. He's like, yeah, the first red day. You know, Cameron Ross talks about the first red day. They're risky. I mean, there's a lot of back testing involved, and when you have a stock that's just been parabolic with a lot of momentum, just 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 green days, and you get a red day, typically that sets in. People panic, they're fearful, they start selling, taking profits, which in turn brings the stock's price down, and they want to short that for the dump. But the only thing is, how many times have you seen a stock in a strong uptrend, you have a red day, and then it continues the very next day? Right? I've seen that happen so many times, where you have a very strong uptrend, you get a stall, you get a red day, and then it continues higher. And if that's the case, if you have like 10 days green to the upside is overextended, a little red day, and then it continues, you know, it's just risky shorting a stock, especially swinging it. It can pay off big time. But at the same time, there is that risk, and you have to be able to get an idea of what that risk is going to be, what it looks like. But what I would say is back test it, right? Back test it, paper trade it before you actually apply it on a live account. Because if it's a strategy that doesn't work for you and you're not really liking it, then hey, it's all good. It's all good. You can move on to a new strategy, the back test, to see if it's something you add to your playbook. But before you start shorting stocks overnight and swinging them short overnight, definitely have your feet wet a little bit more with, you know, have back testing those a few times and let a couple of them go wrong and see how bad they could possibly get. You know, actually have some time in the market to be able to apply that consistently on a paper account and just kind of see what the outcome is over time and see if it's even something that the profits, you know, outweigh the risks. And it could be something that works great for you. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I'm always here to help you out, man. Always here to help the team out. Right now, it is a pretty slow afternoon, guys. Pretty slow afternoon. And the last thing I want to do is keep jumping back and forth between tickers, trying to find a trade, trying to find something, justifying, forcing a trade. I'd rather sit here and just take my L. But at the same time, if we see something, I'd love to be able to make a couple bucks. But I just don't really see anything that stands out to me. I mean, you got CYN still fighting, but every time it tries to move, it gets slammed right back down. So it's a little quiet right now, and I don't blame you guys for being a little bit on the quieter side, just sitting back, because again, there's not a lot going on in the market right now. We're just looking to see if anything starts to present itself. Glenn, I've been doing well in stocks recently, but I'm still looking for help. As someone who's experienced in stocks, would you say that Peters deserves the 3 points from the match last week? I'm confused. I am so confused. Does what? Say that Peters deserves the 3 points from the match last week. I am not sure what you're talking about there, Glenn. We're talking sports. Hey guys, I don't have time for sports. I have a kid, I have a wife, I trade stocks, I do all kinds of stuff. I literally haven't watched a single sports game or anything, and it's been so long and I miss it. So the SPY is slowly but surely getting back into that downtrend, as well as that prior level of support, new resistance. If we were looking to grab this for a short back down the low a day of 438, we'd be looking to go with a honestly a 438 put. I mean, why not? Or we can go with a 437, a little bit less expensive, 35 delta. You can even go with a 436. 30 delta, $100 a pop. Yeah, I would say a 436. Wouldn't be terrible. So just looking at the SPY, if we get close there, I'd love to take it short for the leg back down. Strong Faith, 54 mil, IMPP. I am not a veteran at the game, but know people who are and try to do my due diligence. Anyone who has been in the game long enough can tell you that it is a replay of the same movie. Right before a big run, the hedge funds and market makers will hold down the stock's price to accumulate as much as possible. They are very greedy people. So I trust the system, if you will, because our time is coming. No, I agree, 100%. About IMPP, I got to do more due diligence. But in general, I mean, that is a very valid statement, right? The hedge funds have like endless pockets, deep pockets, and they will manipulate the stock's price as much as they can, right? They don't care about retail traders. They stop hunt, rug pull, wash out the price of the stock. It provides liquidity if they want to get a big order to then have that big position filled. But yeah, I mean, 100%, the market's definitely manipulated. And, you do see that before run-ups. You can see the price of the stock manipulated, held down, which, if they're accumulating as much as possible, they're buying. Man, that would have been, I wish the SPY would have got up just a little bit higher. Just a little bit higher. But yes, to answer your question, or to acknowledge your statement, 100%. The market is manipulated, and that is definitely something that does take place, and we see that all the time, even with our day trades. How many times have you seen a nasty rug pull, and then the stock rips? Now, what is that? That's just nasty market maker price action, hedge fund activity. But we know that someone with a large enough order that can manipulate the price will dump the price down, right? Stop out retail traders. When those stops are triggered, that provides a pool of liquidity to allow these market makers or hedge funds to get filled at a much lower price, and then boom, push the stock back up in the desired direction. We call that a drop base rally. The drop, the rug pull, washing out the retail traders, the base, the accumulation, the rally, pushing the stock back up in the desired direction, and then you get those traders that just got stopped out. They're like, I was right, let me jump back in. Let me jump back in, it's ripping. And then they're selling, the stock pulls back. So 100%, that is, You know, can we say 100% yes? No, we can't. But if we use like our 2 cents and logic, I mean, it's safe to say that that probably is a reality. Just like the level 3 that we talked about last week, right? Stop hunting. You got a level 1, you got a level 2. There's something called a level 3. Basically, the market makers and hedge funds have access to an in-depth order book to where they can actually see where stop losses are at on stocks. And what they can do, in a sense, is manipulate the price to drive it down to stop out retail traders, again, providing these pools of liquidity for them to get their fills at a much better price, and then drive the stock's price back in their desired direction. I mean, they have millions and billions of dollars. They could absolutely manipulate the price of the stock. But is it valid? Is it set in stone 100%? Yes, this is a real thing. It's not. But if we really think about it, it does seem real. It does seem like that is definitely something that happens. And we see that a lot. And how many times have we seen that rug pull, that base, and that rip and run to the upside? I mean, so many times. And that's exactly what's going on there. Again, the whole level 3 thing, it's a rumor, right? It's a rumor that a level 3 exists, right? It's a rumor. It's never been really like validated or anything like that. It's just a rumor that there's a level 3, that these brokers are selling order book data that pertains to stop losses, and they could see where a majority of stop losses are and then manipulate the price, bring it down, stop you out, providing that pool of liquidity, get a much better fill with much more size, then drive the price back in their desired direction. I mean, you see that happen all the time. So I mean, what is this? This is a false breakout. It's trapping retail traders for a breakout, and it's then stopping retail traders out, providing a pool of liquidity. They can accumulate their position, they can get their large order fills, and then to push the stock back up in the desired direction. You see this over and over and over again, where you have a stock looking to break out, nasty rug pull, a base, then a rally. It is a drop base rally. This is textbook market maker price action. And what is it? It's just to provide a liquidity pool for those larger institutional orders. And so at the same time, I mean, if that's true, and there's a level 3, as a retail trader, you'd be like, all right, I'm putting stops right underneath that low, underneath these lows. This is where I'm putting stops, right? As a retail trader that's currently in CYN, thinking we could curl on back up and get some action. What am I doing? I'm putting stops at like 172. I'm putting stops underneath this level of support, right? You don't need level 3 data to get an idea of where retail is probably putting their stops, but I'd be putting stops on this trade back down underneath that 170, maybe 169. That's exactly where I'd be putting stops. Underneath the pre-market low, underneath intraday lows. If I was still holding this, where would I probably be looking to go long? If we start breaking out over that $2 level, that 199 level, right? So here I see this U-shape, I see this curl. If we start breaking $2, we could start ripping and running, right? We can definitely get some action. Stops are underneath low a day, right? So what happens? Stock starts making a move. Traders think it's breaking out. Traders are running into it. Oh, it's going to break out. Boom. Big rug pull, stopping out all retail traders. Retail's getting stopped out, providing that pool of liquidity. Then it holds on up, and then it runs right back in that direction. This is not just a coincidence why this happens, right? This is, in a sense, you can call it market manipulation if you want. Market maker price action, institutional players, manipulating the price to provide those pools of liquidity, get better entries, and then to drive the stock's price back up in their direction. And you could see this time and time again. You see it more the last 6 months than you have before. You see it a lot more now, but that is the reality, and that does take place. But to answer your question, can us retail traders get access to a level 3 order book? It technically doesn't exist. It's all a rumor. But if we really think about it, do we think it exists? I would say so. Because I guarantee these market makers and funds are paying millions of dollars for this data. And these brokers are like, you're going to pay me millions of dollars to share with you where my clients' stop losses are at? Sure, I'll take it. It's definitely not all that far-fetched. I definitely think something like that exists, 100%. give me billions of dollars, I call up TD and say, hey, you're going to sell me your order book for stop losses. Why would I do that? I'm going to give you $10 million a month. TD's going to be like, fuck yeah. Here are all the orders. Right? I mean, if you have that kind of money in deep pockets, you can make anything happen. But it is a rumor. But if you look at a chart, even as an experienced trader, you would sit here and say that if you were long on this for the break, back up the high a day, and you're looking to get in, if we start breaking 195, 197, 198, right? And you look at the chart and say, you know, I'm going to place stops down here underneath these levels of support. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see what retail traders would probably be doing. Retail would probably be jumping in 196, 197, 188, 199 too, looking for that $2 break back to high a day. You could see that retail traders may be making that action. Where could retail traders be putting stops? 169 underneath these lows. You can even take it a little bit lower. 166, 167. It's well underneath those intraday lows, right? And if it cracks below these lows, it's probably going to fade all the way back down to what? Next target. So, I mean, you definitely don't need that to see, but then you see something like this. Why was it to the penny to the penny? Why was it to the penny to bring in retail traders, right? That was a bull trap. To the penny starts bringing in long traders. Then it flushes on out, stopping everybody out. And then it sits sideways and then it rips even higher. Why? Why? It's market maker price action. Not a coincidence. There's definitely some logic behind it. Sorry, Glenn. No. Sorry. I just got a little caught up in answering that question in chat with our team, and I completely spaced and forgot that you guys are still on YouTube listening around. So what I'm saying is, if you're in the stock market and you do chicken wing, is it? I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand your questions, Glenn. I do apologize. So I'm trying to get a grasp. You're so experienced at this, by the way, in relation to my last question. What approach do I take to ensure I lose less money? So what approach do I take to ensure I lose less money? Focus on your risk management and the creation and the building of trade plans. And always just identify trades that you can make 2 times greater than your loss. So if you look at a stock, right? If you look at a stock and you want to buy it, and you have a 10-cent stop loss for whatever reason, to ensure you lose less money at the end of the day and still come out profitable, make sure you can make 2 times your loss. So on that example, if you're going to lose 10 cents on the trade, make sure you have potential to make 20 cents on that trade. That's going to ensure you lose less money in the market. That's going to ensure that as long as you're consistent and you uphold that, that's called a 2-to-1 setup. You're making 2 times your risk. That's going to ensure that at the end of the day, even with a 50% win rate, that means for every 10 trades you take, you're red on 5 and you're green on 5, you can actually still walk away profitable. Our goal is not to lose money. Our goal is not to lose less money. Our goal is to make better trades, to stay on the winning side, right? Obviously, we're going to lose, and we want to lose small. And we could always put ourselves in the best positions, you know, by identifying those good risk to reward setups or those good win ratio setups where we can make at least minimum 2 times what we're willing to risk. And even with a pretty average win rate of 50%, we still come out profitable at the end of the day. What time does your chat start? 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. I'm on the mic at 9 a.m. every single morning, and then jumping off the mic around 4 o'clock. And then we have lunch some days if the market's slow. We just take our days. But right now, guys, I mean, there's not a lot happening. I feel like we're just going to justify something at this point in time. RDBX, nothing. SWVL, nothing. CRXT, CYN, I don't trust it. BRQS, nothing. It's a very choppy day overall. Today was a little bit on the choppier side. Wasn't as clean, wasn't as consistent. We had some quick runners, but then they faded on off fairly quickly. So today was another challenging day this week, team. It was a bit of a challenging day. When going long, how do you determine the level of a stop? Can you put it 1 cent below? Your stop loss is always based on a area on the chart. So if you're looking to go long on the SPY, for example, and you put your stop loss 1 penny below, you're probably going to get stopped out 100% of the time, right? I mean, I wouldn't say 100%, but 99.9% of the time, if you enter a long trade and you put your stop loss a penny below, I would say 99.9% of the time, you're getting stopped out, you're getting stopped out, you're getting stopped out, you're getting stopped out. So if you're looking to go long on a trade, how do you determine your stop loss? It depends on what the strategy is. What's the strategy? What are you trading? Right? Are you trading a bull flag? Are you trading an ascending triangle? Are you trading a red to green move? Are you trading a head and shoulders? Right? What are you trading? What's the style of trade? What's the strategy? What's the formation? And then based on that strategy, that's where you place a stop. Every single strategy out there has a unique place for its stop loss. Every single strategy has a unique place where you make entries. So it really depends on what you're trading. You know, what are you doing? Are you playing the dip buy, reversals, breaks of downtrends, cracks of uptrends? What is the strategy? What is that style of trading? And then based on that strategy, that's when you start figuring out where stop losses go. Stop losses are never 10 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents. It's never set in stone. Stop losses are never percentage based. Stop losses are based on the chart, right? Just like entries, right? When we're looking to take a trade, what are we doing? We're looking at the chart to make an entry. So we better be looking at the chart as far as where we're putting stop losses. Absolutely, absolutely. So first things first, get to know a couple strategies, right? Get to know a few strategies, a few setups. And then look at these strategies and look at these setups after they move, after they rip and run. And then just find that spot where you can put a stop loss. You're not taking too much risk, but it's also not too tight where you get prematurely stopped out. So like a bull flag, right? Bull flags, stop losses go underneath the consolidation low. The boom, boom, bangs that we trade, stop losses go underneath either A, the higher low before the break of the downtrend, or B, underneath that level of support that we bounced off of. So every setup, every strategy has a unique place that you put your stop loss. If you start doing like percentages, for example, right, you're like, I'm going to risk 10% a trade. Let's say you have a $100,000 account, and you say, every trade I take, I'm risking 10% on the chart. Well, let's say you're trading a $10 stock and you took 1,000 shares. Okay, a $10 stock at 1,000 shares, and you're risking 10% on that stock. That means you're risking $1. You just lost $1,000, right? You bought 1,000 shares at 10 bucks, and you're risking 10% on the trade, 10% on the actual stock. So that means the stock would have to go from $10 to $9. Would you just lose $1,000? If you did the same 10% rule on a $50 stock, right? Same thing. You're taking 1,000 shares and you're risking 10%. Well, on a $50 stock, that means you're risking $5 a share. Would you just lose? $5,000, right? So that's why percentages don't work. Set dollar amounts don't work. You may come into every single trade with, I'm going to risk 20 cents. I'm going to risk 20 cents. I'm going to risk 20 cents. Well, on a stock like Tesla, you're going to get stopped out left and right. On a very volatile stock that's moving quick, right? 20-cent stop, you're probably getting stopped out prematurely most of the time. But then you say, 20-cent stock on something like CYN, for example, it may be too much, right? 20 cents may be too big. CEI is a great example, right? If you're looking to take this trade at 92 cents, thinking it goes back to $1, and your rule is 20 cents a trade, well, shoot, 20 cents is way too much to risk here, right? 20 cents is way too much. What would that be? What's 20 cents? That means you'd be risking 21%. 21%, that's way too much. So again, on an example like this, 20 cents would be way too much of a stop loss. But for example, on a stock like, I don't know, SWVL, 20 cents, you're just getting stopped out left and right. Right? You're getting stopped out left and right because this stock in one of its smaller candles moved 30 cents, 40 cents, 50 cents. So then you need to open up your stops, maybe 50 cents, maybe $1. It really depends on the stock chart. That's, again, just giving you an example on why percentages are not good to utilize as a set in stone stop parameter, and neither are dollar amounts. Because again, it could be way too large of a stop loss. It could be way too tight. When deciding to take a trade, is the spread a consideration to be looked at? 100%. Absolutely. Especially if you market order in and out of trades, right? If you use market order to enter trades and to exit trades, yeah, the spread's huge. If you have $1 spread and you mark it in and mark it out within a second, you're already down $1 per share on that trade. So yeah, the tighter the spread, the better. Like right now, CYN has a 1 penny spread. 197 on the bid, 198 on the ask. That's a nice tight spread, and it's had a nice tight spread all day, and I know it's had a nice tight spread. But if we go find a stock like WBEV, look at that, there's an 8-cent spread. It's not crazy, but it's 8 cents. If you jumped in right now, if you bought 1,000 shares and then immediately sold 1,000 shares, if you just bought and you're like, I'm out, boom, boom, buy, sell, 1,000 shares, you know how much you're down? You're down $100, right? You're getting filled at 474 to the buy side. You're getting out at 462 to the sell side. On 1,000 shares, that means you literally just lost $120 because of this 12-cent spread. So absolutely, you need to be mindful of the spread, especially if you utilize market orders. Shoot, we've seen spreads before upwards of 50 cents to $1. I've made that mistake before. I've jumped into a 500 share position with $1 spread. I'm like, how in the world am I down $500 right now? How am I down $500? The spread. Like DWAC has a 20-cent spread, 20 cents. You buy and sell 1,000 shares, instantly you're down $200 because there's a 20-cent spread. We want to find nice, tight spreads. But I would say most of the time, the stocks that we land on have tight spreads, right? We find the stocks that have the volume, stocks that are moving up on credible reasons, that have news, right? The stocks that we're looking at are usually trading really high volume. And when these stocks are trading really high volume, you tend to see really nice tight spreads. There's volume, there's liquidity, there's demand. The spreads are normally nice and tight. Zach says, yeah, cash is a position. Absolutely. Absolutely. I've had my cash position for months now. Yeah, cash is a great position right now when you're just a little uncertain with where the market's headed. And you got some big losers today, guys. You got some big losers. Kamal, this is why we wait. If Kamal, you're still here, I didn't forget about you. You were going to bring NVIDIA back to my attention for a possible swing trade to the long side. Now that we waited closer to the end of the day, do you still want to swing this long? No. Nope. I wouldn't. We were looking to possibly swing it long if we held and started really bouncing above that 109.50. But hey, Fed speaking, market's reacting. And now towards the end of the day, we look at it, we're like, yeah, no longer a good swing trade right now. Maybe we wait, be patient. That was a good idea to wait closer to the end of the day, get through a lot of these talks and discussions, come back, look. Definitely not something we should be swing trading, in my opinion, especially to the long side right now at this point in time. All right, guys, let's go ahead and wrap up our day. It's 3:57. We have 2 minutes to go, and it was a very, 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 very slow power hour, which stinks. Small red day for me. We'll go ahead and take a picture of those profits. Well, I mean, of that loss. And I will get this, the only loss today in profits chat. It was me, right? Everybody else is making money. I'm not. But, you know, I love what I do, guys. I tell you, I would set my trading aside for you guys all day, every day. All day, every day. So, small little L, 486 loss on the day, which, believe it or not, that kind of wiped out my Monday's profits. You know, Monday, I think I was like $400 or $500. Yesterday, I think $8. So, yeah, I'm only up like, I think $600 on the week, which is really, really not like me. Yeah, it wiped out my Monday's gains. So I collected Tuesday, Wednesday. So I mean, yeah, I think it's like 850 on the week, which is not anywhere close to where I try and be, but it was a crazy week. It was a crazy week for me anyway, with the daughter and being out of it yesterday, and no excuses. No excuses. I'm just overdoing it right now. I'm missing opportunities left and right. It's all good though. I love it. So green's green, green's good, but definitely not anywhere close to where I know I can be. But the beautiful thing is we have 6 trading days to go, and it only takes one good day, one great day out of these next 6 days to make it happen. Like last week, guys. Last week, there was one great day that I had, and I made my goal for the week. In one trading day, one day, I locked in my goal for the week. I think I locked in like $20-some hundred in one day. And then I had a couple $200 trades, 3, 4. I exceeded my goal last week. I exceeded it substantially. I think it was like a $3,000 a week. So I'm already up. So that helps offset the week where I'm not performing the best, not, anywhere close to my goal. And we'll see what the outcome is at the end of the month. Green is green at the end of the day. Is Snapchat a short play? Snap has earnings tonight, right? They do. You could what we call a lotto, right? It's what we call a lotto, a lottery ticket. It's a gamble. Netflix dumped. I mean, it has nothing to do with Snapchat, but I don't know. Is it a short play? No one knows. Earnings have sucked lately. Earnings have all been really bad. Earnings haven't been the best. So what I would say is, if you were like, you know what, I can throw $50 at a lottery ticket. Let me throw $50 at Snapchat to the short side, and let's see what happens. Again, completely up to you. Right now the market's closed anyway. But if you were to take this for a short, it's a lotto, right? It's a gamble. You come into it realizing it's a gamble. It's risky. Do not invest more than you're willing to lose. And if you hit, you hit. If not, it's okay. It was a gamble. It was a lottery ticket. You had some fun. If you make a couple bucks, great. It was fun. That's why we buy lottery tickets, right? It's fun to scratch them off, and it's fun to see if we make money. If not, the process was fun. Same thing with stocks, right? You want to take a gamble, lottery ticket trade, go for it, but don't spend all your money. Spend like $5, $10, $20. If you win, it feels good. If you lose, it was fun anyway. All right, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. I got to go pick up my daughter. I will see you guys back here bright and early tomorrow morning. Hopefully, we have a better day in the market, especially with penny stocks. It was a little on the slower side of the day, but we still had fun, and we did lock in some big-time profits inside of chat. I'm going to go ahead and read these off one last time. Members inside of chat. We got George, 511. Mr. Steve, locking in 85 plus 75 minus 93. I don't know the math. We got red and green, 156. Corey, 340.32. Red and green, 254. Red and green again, locking in 242. 756. My goodness, red and green, he's just all over it today with profits. Corey on a small account, 160. George, another 210. Dougie, 212. Rod, locking in 84 bucks plus a little bit more up here, it looks like. So over 100 bucks there. Good job. Leon, 119. Congrats. Asif, 213. That's what I'm talking about. Steve, locking in 72 bucks. That's what I'm talking about. Real Little Spaz, 110. Winston, 206. AZ, J-Dub, 122. Joe, $400. Stir, locking in 140 on the day. And Winston with a 60 bucks. My goodness, this is the most amount of profits we've had in here in a long time. So good job, team. Keep up the amazing work. Keep locking in those awesome profits. And I'll see you guys back here bright and early tomorrow morning as we end our week on a strong and profitable note. And let's lock in some profits, baby. Let's have some fun. Let's make it happen. Enjoy your evening, and I'll see you guys back here bright and early tomorrow morning. Let's end it the way we always end it in 3, 2, 1. Woo! Have a wonderful and blessed Thursday evening. Take care, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll see you back here bright and early at the start of pre-market, right at 7 a.m. Let's make it happen. Let's end the week strong. And just let's do what we do best, guys. Have some fun, learn together, trade together, and profit together. Take care. I'll see you guys back here at 7 o'clock.